Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Okay, doing an audio check from the oval upstairs here in Summerside, and we're getting ready for 15 dashes today from Summerside. The PEI Colt Stakes happening here this afternoon, and it's going to be a terrific card. As I mentioned, 15 dashes on the card, featuring race number 10, the PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trotting colts. They'll go in race number 10 today. The purse is 9,200, real nice purse. Mr. Finley Ridge on the rail for Claire McDonald. First one here for Jason Hughes, Peach Pie Will Do, Brody McPhee, Dusty Lane Milo, Adam Murner, A Little Go-Go, Mark Campbell, and Dusty Lane Apollo for Kenny Arsenal. That lines up in race number 10 today, and there are some great races. As I said, PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old trotting colts. They'll go in race number 6 this afternoon as well, and again in race number 4 we'll see the PEI Colt Stakes, the 2-year-old trotting fillies. They're going to go for 7,000 as well in there. So it's an action-packed day here in Summerside, a beautiful day on Prince Edward Island, and we're going to have some great racing here after coming out 15 in Charlottetown last night. We're doing 15 this afternoon here in Summerside. It's going to be a great-looking card. The weather's going to cooperate here, and we're going to have some really nice racing, and we'll be talking to you throughout the afternoon. Kurt Hughes will join me this afternoon. I'll be here in Summerside. Kurt will join us for the broadcast later on, and we're going to have a super day of racing at Summerside.
3456. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, getting close here this afternoon to racing in Summerside. 15 dashes on the card. PEI Colt Stakes. A lot of great racing here this afternoon, including race number 7. We're going to see Fern Hill General back on the card. This horse already has a couple of wins this year. 56-4 here in Summerside. Then went to Truro and was a winner 55-1 over there, closing in 29. So again, we'll get to see that horse here this afternoon. Brody McPhee will drive Fern Hill General in race number 7 today, but it is part of a 15-dash card here in Summerside. First post will be 1 p.m.
Beautiful afternoon for racing in Summerside. The track looks fast. Just a gorgeous day weather-wise, and we have an excellent 15-dash card for you, full of PEI Colt Stakes Gold and Grassroots. We also have the Trotters for you this afternoon, and we have a good-looking field coming up in race number 9. It's 2-year-old fillies Gold Division. We're going to see Woodmere Jazz leaving from post 2 for trainer Kevin McLean and owner Reg McPherson. Jill Barrio will do the driving. A perfect 3 for 3 so far in 2021. And that last start was a real decent mile, 57-4, closed it out 29 flat. We're also going to see kind of like royalty in that division. Walter Chevry will do the driving for trainer Joe Baxter and co-owners Jennifer Baxter and Karen Williams. And this filly looked good as well. Westward Ho Hanover out of the Royal Majesty Dam, Lady Kellyanne. She has back-to-back second place finishes in that last one, second by a nose in 57. So we're going to see these fillies and a lot of talent on the racetrack this afternoon. It should be a great card. Post time is set for 1 p.m.
time.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
And welcome to Red Shores Summerside today for a great card of racing. It's PEI Colt Stakes here on a Sunday in Summerside, and welcome to the show. I'm your host, Peter McPhee from Red Shores in Summerside this afternoon. Kurt Hughes will join me as well this afternoon as we're going to dive into 15 dashes here this afternoon, including race number 7, the PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old Colts, the Gold. We'll see Fernhill General in there. He's already won a couple and coming off a big win in Truro. And if you flip to race number 10 this afternoon as well, that's going to be a good race as well, as Mr. Finley Ridge is on the rail, and he's already won a couple this year, so he's on the rail here today for Claire McDonald and has a big shot as well. So as I said, 15 dashes here this afternoon. We're going to get to it with Kurt Hughes just a little bit, but first, Vance Cameron, up to Vance for today's program and equipment changes. Vance.
Thank you, Peter, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for today's racing program, event number 15 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 22 degrees Celsius is the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Fallon. The associate judges are Mr. Derek Quinn and Mr. Robbie Shaw. Now here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 3. In the third race, number 2, Hamac Claudia adds a Tony Morgan spreader. Number 4, Red Dirt Love and Life will go from blind to can't see back bridle, removing the line burr pole and adding a burr head pole on the outside. Next change, go to race number 11. In today's 11th race, scratch number 6, Heather's Pet, she will not go. Race 11, scratch number 6, Heather's Pet. Next change, go to race number 13. In the 13th, number 5, Brumby, going from blind to blinkers. Final change, go to race number 15. That is the afternoon finale. In the 15th, number 6, Mr. Stanley, adding a Tony Morgan spreader. That wraps up the changes. The Par Mitchell windows are open. There's 21 minutes before the first race post time. That is set for 1 o'clock. Let's return to Peter McPhee at the HPI broadcast desk on this beauty of a Sunday afternoon at Summerside PEI Colt Stakes Day, and it's the 87th edition. Peter.
Amazing, Vance, and going to be a great afternoon. Kurt Hughes will join us later on as well, Vance, so we'll get Kurt into the mix in just a minute. Red Shores pleased to offer a full betting menu, and some of the highlights include the pick 4 starting on race number 4 today. We also offer a 20-cent minimum on this pool and all superfectas. The single winner jackpot high five is on race 8 today with a low 15% takeout. You can also tag your ticket today with an additional $25 jackpots on every race right here at Red Shores in Summerside. Keep in mind, when you ask for the pony pick, you could win your dinner this afternoon in our restaurants, but to qualify, you must ask for the pony pick at the selling locations. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the playing of our national anthem.
to Race Day Live.
Yeah, welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside this afternoon. Going to be a great day of racing. Kurt Hughes is with me and joining me this afternoon. Kurt, are you there? And welcome aboard.
I'm here, Peter, and it's great to be with you here this afternoon. It's going to be a great 15-dash card. I just love these PEI Colt Stakes. I look forward to them every year. And what a talented group we have this year.
Certainly is. And again, this is our first time doing the remote, Kurt, from Summerside. So I'm here. You're at home in Stratford. So this is a really awesome. Vance Cameron with us upstairs as well. So the three of us will be jumping in on this card here this afternoon. Race number 7, Kurt, before we go here. Fernhill General. We're going to take a look at his win in Summerside earlier this year and what a colt he's been his first couple of starts.
For sure. And how about breeder Brian McLeod? He's got 2 really nice 2-year-olds. Fernhill Gusto, who we're going to see in against Fernhill General this afternoon. But yeah, that trip Fernhill General put out there on Summerside in the Atlantic Sire Stake A division, 56-4 for Brody McPhee. It was just an incredible mile. Then he followed that up the next week to show that it was no fluke, winning in 55 in Churro. But we're going to look at that Summerside race right now, aren't we?
Yeah, well, let's take a look at that, and we'll come back with a couple of comments. But here's Fernhill General earlier this year, right here at Summerside, winning.
Cody are the leaders by 2.5. JJ Xavier is second. There goes Woodmere Bankroll underway on the outside third. Fourth up the railroad with Hottie Toddy. 58-3. They're rolling along in here at the 5/8 pole. Fernhill General on top. From the outside, that is Woodmere Bankroll second. JJ Xavier third. Moving up fourth, Fernhill Gusto. To the outside fifth is Roll with Hottie Toddy. 6 is Maximum Lovin'. Mr. Stanley on the outside trails. Leading the field, Fernhill General at 3/4 in 1:28 flat. From the outside, Fernhill Gusto is second. Back into third is Woodmere Bankroll. They get set to turn on home. And as they drive down the stretch, it's Fernhill General. Fernhill Gusto. Oh, the General was sharp here for Brody McPhee. Fernhill General in the Atlantic Sires. Fernhill Gusto second. Woodmere Bankroll third. Time for the mile. 1:56.4.
Yeah, it was a really nice trip, Kurt. And we saw him in the baby races earlier on, just before his first start there. And, Kurt, it even looked like then he had an extra gear.
Yeah, for sure. He closed it out 27-4 in that qualifier. So he looked like he had the talent going into that A stake, and then he just backed it up with that impressive win. And it was funny to see him after the wire there in that Summerside race, just showing still how green he was. He kind of started drifting out there after the wire, but he seemed to put it together again in Churro, winning in 55-1. Just an incredible effort. And how about Malicious? What a great sire he's been over the years here. Earl Watts has him out at his farm, Son of Better's Delight, and my goodness, are they good sires, Sons of Better's Delight, Steelhead Hanover, and Malicious. Just incredible, and it looks like he's got another one here with Fernhill General.
Yeah, going to be a great day. Looking forward to seeing him race again right here in Summerside. As we mentioned, it is part of a 15-dash card live from Summerside this afternoon. Kurt will be with us. Vance Cameron will be calling the races, and the horses will be on the track in just a moment.
division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old filly pacers. This a gold division for $12,000 in prize money. They're on post parade. Number 1, Boo Ya Ya, owned by Hugh McEachran from Inverness and Ali McEachran of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Robert McLeod. Mark Campbell drives. Two is JJ Scarlett, owned by McGuinness and McKinnon Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Walter Walker, Don Gillis Jr. 3, Saltwater Storm, owned by Kyle Gardner, Mike Curry, and Jerry McKinnon, trained by Tommy Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. Number 4, West River Glow, is owned by Haley MacDonald of Stratford. Claire MacDonald is the trainer-driver. 3 minutes of wagering time on this afternoon's first race. This is Race Day live from Redshores, Summerside on PEI Colt Stakes Day. Peter McPhee and Kurt Hughes will be working the Race Day broadcast. Cam McPhee and Scott Rollison will be making trackside presentations to the winners on behalf of the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association.
Okay, thank you very much, Vance. As we get underway here at Redshores in Summerside, race number 1 today. Daily double here. Early double races 1 and 2 exact or superfecta try. Win, place, and show. Take your ticket, $25 jackpot here. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old fillies gold to kick it off here, Kurt. And this is Booyah for Huey McEachran of Inverness and Al McEachran as well. And Robert McLeod trains. Boy, Kurt, this horse has been good early. Already has a couple of wins.
Right now, I reeled off 2 in a row there in the Atlantic Sire Stake A division. 2 weeks ago, 58-4 for Campbell, and then last time out in Truro, 57-2 with a 28-4 final panel. So looking good so far in her freshman campaign. It looks good scoring down here in Summerside this afternoon for Campbell. She's my top choice, and she is 3-5.
Okay, just a minute to go here before race number 1. Saltwater Storm on the screen here for Kyle Gardner, Mike Curry, Jerry McKinnon. They all share the ownership. Tommy Weatherby trains. Kurt, the start in Truro there was a good one. Left 4, finished 3rd, only beaten a length.
And Brody's been getting along really good with her as well. Tom Weatherby, the trainer. 3rd by length, like you say, 57-3, 28-2. Closing it out is another good-looking filly by Stonebridge Terra in here. And judging off that last mile, she's going to be a major threat in here. Post 3. In this compact field, she's going to get a shot. I would say Brody's going to activate her maybe in the second half of this mile, and she could give the one all she wants in this race here. 8-5 currently on the board.
We heard the call to post here, race number 1 at Redshores in Summerside this afternoon. First at 15, beautiful day here in Summerside, 22 degrees as we get underway here. Just a sparkling day for racing. Kurt, you're going to round it out here with your try here on the first. JJ Scarlett here for Donald Gillis Jr. today. Walter Walker trains. You like this horse for 3rd?
I sure do. Walter Walker, high percentage trainer, batting 400 this year. And how about Danny Gillis in the sulky this year? Batting 407, and he's got a good shot in here with this 2-year-old filly by Tobago Case. 4th last time out, 58 flat, 29-4 closing it out. And then on the front end back here in Summerside on July 7th, minute 4/5 down to the half. Big back half, and she just got collared late there, finishing 3rd by a half a length. She still closed it out 29-2 for a mile of 59-2. She's definitely a player in here, and I put her in for 3rd, but I could see her getting a better piece of it if Danny gets the right trip. Right now, you're getting 7-1 on JJ Scarlett.
We'll take a quick look at the odds before we go here. Booyah still taking most of the money. Booyah on the rail here for Mark Campbell this afternoon. They're at 3 to 5. Looking for another win. They already have a couple this year. The two, as Kurt mentioned, JJ Scarlett has been racing well. Donald Gillis will drive. 7 to 1 good odds there. Saltwater Storm for Brody. And Brody had a nice night in Charlottetown last night. He's up here driving this afternoon. He's got Saltwater Storm 9 to 5. And West River Glow. There's a shot of Claire McDonald with West River Glow. Haley McDonald owns, Claire trains, Claire drives as well, and has done very well in the stake races throughout her career, and looks to have another shot here with West River Glow, 3 to 1. That's the field here in the first. Make sure you're in on some action. Getting set for race number 1 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, how about starting it off with the 2-year-old fillies Gold? Up to you for the call.
Oh, and as our colleague Kurt mentioned, what a talented group, this class of 21. Booyah, JJ Scarlett, Saltwater Storm, West River Glow, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing, rough gaiety getting out is the 3, Saltwater Storm, and she's on the run now. At the rail, the leader is Booyah to get away second. JJ Scarlett, West River Glow dropped in third, and on the run at the back, that is Saltwater Storm. To the backstretch they go, racing to the opening quarter. Booyah in line to Mark Campbell, the post-time favorite on the engine. Right there in the 2-hole is JJ Scarlett, starting to close up in third. West River Glow, and Saltwater Storm is taking herself out of it with the break at the start. They arrived at the opening quarter in 29 2/5. They're racing around the paddock turn, led by Booyah. JJ Scarlett is second, gapping in third. West River Glow, then the trailer. That is Saltwater Storm. Down the stretch, they approach the midway point, led by Booyah. She'll get them halfway home. JJ Scarlett is second, closed up in third. West River Glow in the backfield. Saltwater Storm, the trailer. They're at the midway point in the afternoon's opener, and they arrive there in 59 3. On around the turn, going to the 5/8. Booyah, the leader. JJ Scarlett second. Third is West River Glow, the trailer fourth. Saltwater Storm, they hit the back stretch for the final time. Booyah will lead them to 3/4. JJ Scarlett on her back. There goes West River Glow to the outside third. Trailing the field is Saltwater Storm. 3/4 of a mile in 1:29 4. Midway on the turn for the final time. Shade more than an eighth to go. Booyah is still there. West River Glow on the outside. JJ Scarlett at the rail. Down the stretch they come. Booyah trying to see it through. JJ Scarlett scoots up the inside. JJ Scarlett and Don Gillis Jr. open it up. Booyah was second. West River Glow third. Time for the mile in 1:58 flat.
Well, folks, when you're watching online or you're here in Summerside, I hope you were listening to Kurt Hughes this afternoon, because, Kurt, you tabbed this filly here, JJ Scarlett, and she got the perfect trip and got the job done.
She sure did. Her last start in Summerside, she was on the front end for Danny. And like I say, she went a big back half in that one and just got collared late, finishing third by a half a length. But today she set up shop in the 2-hole following the chalk choice Booyah and Campbell through fractions of 29 and 2, half 59 and 3, 129 and 4 to the 3/4. Danny puts her up the pass lane, down the lane, a few tippy taps, and she gets the job done, closing it out 28 and 1 on the end of it. Congratulations to the connections, Walter Walker and his ownership group. But she was good here this afternoon for Danny Gillis, and they get the job done, and we'll see them in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
Hard to believe this filly was the longest shot on the tote board this afternoon, opening up PEI Colt Stakes Day at Summerside. JJ Scarlett going to the winner's circle. Bay pacing filly 2 by Tobago Cays off the image of Dawn Dam, JJ Hannah Dawn. Owned by McGinnis and McKinnon, stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, the filly bred by Jamie McKinley. Walter Walker does the training, and Don Gillis Jr. is in the driver's seat. She'll pace her own closing quarter in 28 seconds flat, and she picks up a maiden record today at Summerside at 1:58 down at trackside. With the presentations on behalf of the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association, Cam McPhee and Scott Rollison. JJ Scarlett opens it up in a 1:58. Now the official results in the first race: Booyah was second, JJ Scarlett the winner, Saltwater Storm fourth, West River Glow third, fractions of 29 and 2, 59 and 3, 129 and 4, and the mile 1:58. From the top, 2-1-4-3. JJ Scarlett paid $22 to win. The exactor 39.10, triactor 51.40, the superfecta 6.57. Reminder this afternoon dealing with the 50-50 draw. We'll have the first draw for the cash, and then we have 3 additional draws. Now the cash will be drawn after race number 8. And anyone with losing 50-50 tickets must put their name on the back of those tickets, get them to the Prince County Horsemen's Club booth located at the north end of the grandstand to be eligible for 3 draws First one from 511 West. Next one, DC Tires and a Red Shores gift certificate. All from the PEI, Standardbred Horse Racing Industry Association.
The Pony Pick is a table play and a fun way to play the horses. It is a fan-friendly option with a chance to win your meal at West End Bar and Grill. And upstairs in the Oval, all you have to do is ask your seller for the Pony Pick. They're only $5, and your horse gives you three chances to win. Plus, you could win your meal today here at Red Shores in Summerside. Again, ask for the Pony Pick today in Summerside. And Kurt, before the horses come out to the track for race number 2, great to see the board filled up with picks here today. I'm going 5-3-2. You're with me here at 5-3-2. It looks like Mr. Miller is the selection in here.
For sure, a nice colt by Ted the stud. He looked good in his first 2 starts, going back-to-back second place. Finished that last one in 2:05 and 3. Was a real nice mile. Corey McPherson, trainer and driver. Looks like he's got himself a real nice trotter. He's 1-9 currently on the board. And the post parade will be coming up next.
The 2-year-old Colt Trotters in the PEI Colt Stakes on the second race parade. Number 1, King in the North, owned by Doug Matheson, Dunsand Farms, and Wayne Oakes. Nick Oakes is the trainer-driver. Number 2 is Halmac Caesar, owned by Halmac Farms Limited of Brookfield. The trainer-driver is Kenny Arsenault. Cadillac wears number 3 for owners Claire McDonald of Antigonish and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia. Claire training and driving. Number 4, I Look Like Bumps, Daryl Neal of Winslow, the owner, trainer, and driver. Number 5, Mr. Miller, owned by Kerry Taylor of Stratford. The trainer-driver is Corey McPherson. 2 minutes wagering time on today's second race. Redshores Summerside is celebrating 135 years of racing. Race Day Live continues from this historic site in just a moment.
Okay, getting set for race number 2 this afternoon from Redshores and Summerside. Exactor, Superfecta try in here. Win place and show. Tag your ticket. $25 jackpot here in the second as we feature the 2-year-old trotting colts. They're going to go for $7,000. Kurt, we talked about Mr. Miller briefly here for Kerry Taylor of Stratford. Corey McPherson trains. Corey's going to do the driving as well, and he's been a bang-up second already twice this season.
For sure, his first start out in Summerside in that lucrative Atlantic Sire Stake, going for over $19,000. Finished a bang-up second to Moonshine Monday in 2:08.2 was his charted mile. 29.4. He closed it out. He rallied from 5th on that day. That was a real nice mile, and then he followed that up with a nice mile in Truro, where he sat the 2-hole and ended up finishing second to a real good up heli in there. Closed it out 29.3 for a mile of 2:05.3. And I know on paper this guy looks like he is much the best, but there's a couple major threats to the inside, especially Cadillac, who we'll talk about in just a moment. But right now, you're getting 1-2 on Mr. Miller.
Yeah, so we talked about the 5. Mr. Miller, the favorite right now, 3-5. But here's Cadillac for Claire McDonald and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia. Claire trains and is going to do the driving. Kurt, you mentioned had the qualifier in Truro and then raced here in Summerside on July the 6th.
Yeah, had that qualifier. Finished second by a nose to Up Ellie in that qualifier, and then came here to Summerside. Head the tough post 8. That's a tough spot to start from in your first lifetime start, especially as a 2-year-old trotter. Made that break and then rallied to be 4th, only beaten 3.5 lengths. Charted mile in 2:09. I'm sure Claire McDonald, she's such a great trainer, driver. She's going to get this guy ironed out, and he's going to be a major threat in here. If you don't want to play that chalk, the 5, this is definitely a better choice value for your money. You're getting 2-1 on the 3 Cadillac.
We heard the call to post here, and we want you in on some action in race number 2 here, Kurt. Your third selection in the first race came through, actually was a winner. How about Halmac Caesar here for Halmac Farms of Brookfield? Kenny Arsenault trains. Kenny does the driving as well. You like him for part of the ticket.
For sure, a 2-year-old colt by Angus Hall. Kenny Arsenault, the trainer and driver, as you mentioned. Barrio was in the bike the last 2 starts, finished 3rd by 16 and change, but trotted the mile there, 2:07.3. That's a nice mile, and then made that break in that overnight event in Charlottetown. So back in Summerside here this afternoon. This guy has his work cut out for him. A lot of talent in here with the 5 and the 3. But if you want to play another one, maybe not that chalk choice, this is another one, 2-1 odds you're getting right now on the 2, Halmac Caesar.
Yeah, here's a quick look at the odds before we go. King in the North, 16-1 on the rail for Nick Oakes. Halmac Caesar, who we just talked about there. Kenny Arsenault down to 2-1, so taking late money. Cadillac for Claire McDonald at 8-5 here in the middle. I Look Like Bumps for Daryl Neal at 16-1. And Mr. Miller, Corey McPherson, coming off a couple of second place finishes, looking to go one better today at 3-4. That's the field here in the second. And we're getting ready and set for race number 2 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
King in the North, Halmac Caesar, Cadillac, I Look Like Bumps, and Mr. Miller, 2-year-old trotting colts in the PEI Colt Stakes, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The There they go, off and trotting, leading them out is how Max Caesar. Cadillac is second. To their outside comes Mr. Miller. I Look Like Bumps is fourth around the turn. Cadillac has gone on the run as they move round the turn. And on the lead, how Max Caesar in line to Kenny Arsenault. Mr. Miller trots into second. I Look Like Bumps third. Back down trotting fourth. That is Cadillac, and the trailer is King in the North. So up the backstretch they go, and here comes Mr. Miller vacating the two-hole, and Corey McPherson will send his charge right on to the lead. Second is how Max Caesar. I Look Like Bumps is all alone in third. Cadillac trots up fourth, and off stride goes King in the North. The quarter mile in 32 and 3 on around the Fattig turn. Mr. Miller now in control at the 3/8. How Max Caesar is second. I Look Like Bumps is all alone racing third. Cadillac is back fourth, and on the run in the backfield, King in the North. Approaching the midway point, Mr. Miller will get him halfway home. How Max Caesar continues in second. I Look Like Bumps is closed up third. Cadillac is fourth, and off stride at the back is King in the North. Opening half mile in 104 and 2, trotting over to the 5/8, led by Mr. Miller. The lead a couple. Second is how Max Caesar. I Look Like Bumps third. Cadillac trots fourth, and the trailer, that is King in the North. They go up the backstretch for the final time to the three-quarters, and Mr. Miller, the leader. How Max Caesar races second. Back to third as I Look Like Bumps. Cadillac is fourth, and King in the North fifth. On past three-quarters, and they were there. 137 flat. Mr. Miller, the leader. How Max Caesar is coming to the outside for the stretch drive. I Look Like Bumps third, Cadillac fourth, and they're homeward bound, led by Mr. Miller. Off stride, how Max Caesar went on the run. So it will be Mr. Miller and Mr. McPherson in the PEI Colt Stakes. Cadillac rallied up to be second. Third, I Look Like Bumps. Time for the mile, 2:08 flat.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 2 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old trotting colts. They went for 7,000, Kurt, and we thought Mr. Miller would be on the front. He was. It looked like he was going to get a challenge late, but then the two-horse, How Max Caesar, made a break, and Corey was able to win it.
Yeah, Mr. Miller behaved himself here. That was the tail of the tape in this one, as the 2 and the 3 ended up making breaks throughout this mile, but it was Mr. Miller. This guy just puts his head down and goes to work. McPherson put him on the front there at the quarter, as you say, 32 and 3, half 104 and 2, down at three-quarters 137. And as you say, the pockets there, the 2, How Max Caesar, looked like he was going to give him a bit of a run down the lane, but then he self-destructed there as they were straightening out for the stretch drive. But it was Mr. Miller, as I say, putting his head down, going to work, and behaving himself and getting the job done in here. And we'll see Mr. Miller and McPherson back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle in just a moment.
There's Mr. Miller on his way to the second race winner's circle, a trotting bay colt 2 by Ted the Stud from the Nike's Image Dam Maisie Dawn, owned by Kerry Taylor of Stratford, the colt bred by Kenny Graham of Kensington. Corey McPherson does the training and the driving. A mile of 2:08 becomes a maiden record. on Mr. Miller. In the second, the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old Colt Trotters. Cam McPhee and Scott Rollison are joining us today with the trackside presentation. Now the official results in the second. King in the North was fifth. Hamac Caesar fourth. Cadillac was second. I Look Like Bumps third. Mr. Miller, the race winner. Fractions of 32 and 3, 104 and 2, 137, and the mile 208. In review, it's 542, 3-1. Mr. Miller, $3. The exactor, $5.90. Triactor, $36.90. Superfecta was $5.72, and the early daily double, $60.80.
The top driver and trainer standings at Redshores Summerside are brought to you by Tradewinds Heating and Cooling. Locally owned and operated, Tradewinds Heating and Cooling is the island's largest and longest standing Mitsubishi heat pump dealer. You can visit TradewindsEcoEnergy.com to schedule your free estimates today. And Tradewinds Heating and Cooling, affordable solutions, premium service. And we'll look at the top drivers here in Summerside. Mark Campbell leads the way in Summerside. 26 wins for Mark. Joe Barrio is second with 22. Jason Hughes sits third with 21. Corey McPherson is fourth with 20. And David Dowling rounds out the top five. David has 12 on the season. So the leader, Mark Campbell. On the training side, Ronnie Gass is the leader at 14. Mark Campbell second with 9. Wade Sorey is third with 6. And Nick Oakes and Jeffrey Wallace are tied with 5 each. But the leader, Ronnie Gass, on the training side with 14 at Red Shore, Summerside. Okay, 5 to go here before race number 3 this afternoon. And Kurt, here's our selections for race number 3. It's going to be the PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies, the Grassroots. They'll go over 6,000 this afternoon. And you and I both like J.J. Linda in here. And Walter Chevrolet will do the driving on J.J. Linda today.
Yeah, and we like Red Dirt Love and Life for second, and we like Stone Beach Lily for third. But a bit of a shout out here going to Jamie McKinley, the breeder of JJ Linda. He's got a nice crop of 2-year-olds. Jamie McKinley has sent out this year, and like I say, JJ Linda looks like a nice one. And Post Parade is coming up next.
Third race, the 2-year-old filly Paces Grassroots division of the PEI Colt Stakes. They're on Post Parade. Number 1 is Checkers Pied, owned by Marcia Knox and Kyla McDonald of Stanhope, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner drives. Two is Hamac Claudia, owned by Matty Myers of Stratford, Robin Ludgenex from Summerside, trained by Lenny Myers, and Lenny will drive. Number 3, Tobin's Wish, owned by Patrick Moores of Charlottetown, trained by Ronnie Matheson, Jill's Burial. 4, Red Dirt Love and Life is owned by Should Have Been on a Beach Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Curry White, driven by Brody McPhee. Number 5 is Candy Apple Red, owned by Inner Rush Stable of Kensington, trained by Eddie Doucette, Corey McPherson. Number 6, J.J. Linda, owned by Jennifer Baxter from Windsor. Matthew Williams of Newport Station, Nova Scotia, trained by Joe Baxter, driven by Walter Cheverry. Number 7 is Stone Beach Lily, owned by the Ultimate Stable, Todd and Trish Hardy, trained by Sifwai Melanson, driven by Jason Hughes. 3 minutes wagering time on today's third race. The Prince County Horsemen's Club holding their 50-50 draw this afternoon. Plus, there will be a second chance draw today coming up after the 12th.
Okay, working on race number 3 this afternoon. Here, PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old fillies. The Grassroots are going to go for $6,000, Kurt. In here, Exactor Superfecta try, win, place, and show. Take a ticket, $25. We talked about J.J. Linda here for Jennifer Baxter and Matthew Williams. They share the ownership. Joe Baxter trains. It's Walter Cheverry. And Kurt, she's taking most of the money right now.
For sure, another good-looking filly by Tobago K's, J.J. Linda. Like I was saying there before post parade, Jamie McKinley, a great crop of 2-year-olds. We seen JJ Scarlett win the first one, and that she was a daughter of Tobago Case, and we got another daughter here that looks like she is a great shot at winning third in her last start, 59-4 in a B division, and then a winner in a B division in Summerside, 201-4, 29-2 on the end of it. Joe Baxter does a great job with fillies, especially fillies, and he's got another good filly here, and Walter Cheverry. They're a great team, and they got a great shot here. She is the chalk choice at 3-5.
And we move from the 6. This is the 4 now. This is Red Dirt Love and Life, owned by the Should Have Been on a Beach stable. Great name. And Curry White trains. It's going to be Brody McPhee in the bike here. And Kurt, a couple of starts already this year and a third-place finish last time out.
Yeah, and a fourth and a B in Summerside. Race time 2:03-2. Like you say, a nice third-place finish and an overnight in Summerside. In the last outing there, Brody McPhee was in the bike for that start. 2 minutes, 2/5. 30-1 on the end of it. Another filly by Tobago Case has a shot in here for trainer Curry White. And we're getting a look at the 4 Red Dirt Love and Life and McPhee's scoring down here right now. Good odds on the board, 10-1 currently.
And here's the 7 in here. This is Stone Beach Lily and the Ultimate Stable, Todd and Trish Hardy. They've had some nice horses over the year, Kurt. Sifwai Melanson trains. Jason Hughes going to do the driving. I kind of like this horse too, Kurt, for maybe a part of it because the horse is coming into the A's here today.
Yeah, 2 starts in the A's. Finished 6th in the first start there for Todd Trites, 202, 29, and 3 on the end of it in Summerside. And then over to Churro, another tough A division. Had the rail on that day. Got away 6, ended up 6, race timed in 2 minutes, 3/5. She has her work cut out for her here from post 7 here tonight, but gets the Blue Knight. They've had a lot of success over the years. Sifroy and Jason Woodmere Ideal Air comes to mind. They've had a lot of success racing against Socket Away in the past, and so they team up here with Stone Beach Lily. Long odds right now, 19-1.
Yeah, we'll take a quick look at the board before we go here. 8-1 on Checkers Pride and Adam Murner. Had a big night last night in Charlottetown, 3 wins. Lenny Myers has Hama Claudia at 28-1. Tobin's Wish for Barrio. Barrio had a big night. He broke the track record last night in Charlottetown, trotting record. And we'll talk about that a little bit later with Kurt. 18-1 on Tobin's Wish. Red Dirt, Love and Life for Brody McPhee at 11-1. And we're getting close here in race number 3. Getting set for race number 3 from Red Shores and Summerside this afternoon as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Checkers Pride, Hamac Claudia. Tobin's Wish, Red Dirt, Love and Life. Candy Apple Red, JJ Linda. Stone Beach Lily. 2-year-old filly Pacers, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough end pacing Hamac Claudia, the first one out. At the rail, that's Checkers Pride second. Coming from the outside is JJ Linda into the turn from third. To get away off stride. In the 2-hole, Checkers Pride is on the off stride on the lead, or fancy stepping at least. Hamac Claudia, so JJ Linda will move on to the front for Chevrolet. Hamac Claudia now second, racing third, Tobin's Wish, and she's moving out. Up into fourth is Red Dirt Love and Life. Candy Apple Red is back into fifth. Then it's Stone Beach Lily sixth, and the trailer, Checkers Pride. They arrived at that opening quarter in 30 seconds flat. Now the leaders are JJ Linda for Walter Chevrolet. Racing from second, that's Tobin's Wish. Hamac Claudia comes out of the turn in third. Red Dirt Love and Life was fourth. All alone fifth, that's Candy Apple Red. Then it's Stone Beach Lily sixth, and trailing the field, that is Checkers Pride. At the midway point in the third, JJ Linda, the 1-9 Chalk Joyce leading it. Second is Tobin's Wish. Hamac Claudia third, the half in a minute and 1. Racing fourth is Red Dirt Love and Life. Then in fifth is Candy Apple Red. Sixth is Stone Beach Lily, and the trailer, that's Checkers Pride. They're on the back stretch for the final time. The leader, JJ Linda. Tobin's Wish is sticking with her. Red Dirt Love and Life comes out of the pack to pick up third. Candy Apple Red is now fourth. Hamac Claudia is backpedaling fifth. Stone Beach Lily sixth. Checkers Pride on the outside seventh. 3/4 up in 1:30 and 2. Going to the 7/8. JJ Linda clear by 2, headed home. Tobin's Wish all out in the 2-hole. Into third, Red Dirt Love and Life. They're in deep stretch, and this one has JJ Linda and Walter Chevrolet on their way to the winner's circle in the PEI Colt Stakes. Tobin's Wish held second. Red Dirt Love and Life is third, and we are under a judge's inquiry. Time for the mile, 1:59.4.
Well, Curtis, the replay for race number 3 from Redshores and Summerside. It was the 2-year-old fillies Grassroots. They went for 6,000. A couple of things happened early on, a breaker, and then the horse on the front, as Van said, was fancy stepping. But finally, J.J. Linda cleared, and she went right down the road.
Yeah, how Matt Claudia and Lenny Myers, they put in a couple steps there around the first turn, and then again at 3/8, she just couldn't find her gate here this afternoon. But yeah, J.J. Linda did eventually get to the lead, 30 flat, half in a minute, 1/5, down to the 3/4, 1:30.2, closed it out 29.2 on the end of it for a mile of 1:59.4, just shaves 2 seconds off her previous best in Summerside, so that's a new record, 1:59.4 for J.J. Linda. So Jamie McKinley sweeps the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old fillies so far this afternoon with another win here from his farm, J.J. Linda. And Chevrolet, they win the third, and we'll see them back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle in just a moment.
The judge's inquiry involved the multiple breaks in the first turn. They've had a look at it. There's no violations. J.J. Linda going to the third race winner's circle. Bay pacing filly 2 by Tobago K's off the Artiscape Dam Canico Quickset. She is owned by Jennifer Baxter of Windsor and Matthew Williams of Newport Station, Nova Scotia. The filly bred by Jamie McKinley. She's trained by Joel Baxter. She's in the hands of Walter Chevrolet today, pacing to a new race win record of 1:59.4. J.J. Linda in a division of the PEI Colt Stakes with Cam McPhee and Scott Rolison doing the trackside presentation. Now the official results in the third. Checkers Pride was 7th. How Mac Claudia 6th. Tobin's Wish finished 2nd. Red Dirt Love and Life 3rd. Candy Apple Red was 4th. J.J. Linda was the winner. Stone Beach Lily finished 5th. Fractions of 30, 1 minute 1. 130 and 2, the mile 159 and 4. In review, it's 762 3415. JJ Linda paid $210. The exactor $16.80, tractor $29, the superfecta $26.78. The afternoon's fourth race, a division of the PEI Colt Stakes. These are 2-year-old trot fillies. Number 1, Defriended, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. with Miles Sr. driving. Number 2 is Magian Salsa, owned by Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by James Ripley. Number 3, Bird's Legacy, owned by Robert Honcoop of Alderston. Bill Lanigan does the training and Paul Lanigan drives. Number 4 is Incredible 3, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts. That's David Dowling. Five is Mile Hill Dream, owned by John Bro of Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, trained by Paul Morrison. The drive goes to Gilles Barrio. Number 6, Along for the Ride, owned by Ambrose Leibold of Morel, trained by Brian McPhee. Amber Campbell is in the sulky. 4 minutes wagering time on the fourth race. Back to the broadcast team and their pick 4 tickets.
Well, thanks very much, Vance. Yeah, we're working on our pick 4s here today. Peter McPhee here in Summerside today. Kurt, a great crowd here today, both inside and outside. Beautiful day for racing. Kurt is in Stratford, and Kurt, let's hear it about your pick 4 here. Now, Rocky Skierman has already hit it this year, and he's been all over us for not hitting it yet. So let's try to hit it today. Go ahead first.
Yeah, we're going to take a run at it here this afternoon. I thought my first choice in this pick 4 would be a bit longer odds. Right now, 2-1. Was sitting at 6-1 just a moment ago, and that is the 2 Magian Salsa. I like this one going out of the James Ripley stable off that qualifier. James Ripley does such a great job with trotters, and that nice qualifier there in 2:12. I'm going with her in the first leg, and then in the second leg, I'm going with another one from the Jamie McKinley farm in JJ Xavier. And then in leg number 3, I'm going with Up Helly and Kenny McDonald in that third leg. And then to round out my pick 4, going with the obvious choice, the 4, Fern Hill General and Brody McPhee off those 2 great trips. Last time out 55-1. So I'm going 2-3-4-4.
I'm close with you. It's going to be the first leg. Either you or I are going to be alive or out, so we'll see. I'm going with the 3, Bert's Legacy, in here for Paul Lanigan, and we'll see how that horse does. I do agree, JJ Xavier, I like him in the second leg. Up Helly AA, I'm going to go with that horse as well, and Fern Hill General. Yes, I think everybody's on board there. So I'm close, but I'm going 3-3-4-4. You've heard Kurt's selections. You've heard mine. Make sure you get in on the pick 4 here in Summerside this afternoon. A little minute to go here, Kurt, before racing number 4. You're liking the 2 here, Magellan Salsa from Marilee Ripley of Amherst. James Ripley is the trainer, and there's a shot of him there now. And Kurt, as you mentioned, James has had so many good horses over there, including trotters, and it looks like he may have another one.
For sure. This filly, a nice qualifier there in Churro. If you look at that qualifier, you get down to the half 109-1, and then trotted her back half in 103-1. So that's a real impressive back half in that qualifier, and closed it out 31 flat on the end of it. I was looking over the page in this one, and I don't see any other trotter with those kind of fractions, and so that's why I'm going with the 2 in here. And like I said earlier, James Ripley does such a great job with trotters especially, and he's got another really nice talented filly here. And right now, I really like her odds, 7-2.
Still have time to get into the action here in race number 4. We're going to look at the 3, Bert's Legacy here. Robert Honkoop and William Lanigan. They're going to team up. Paul Lanigan's going to drive. And again, the qualifier was good on July the 15th in Charlottetown.
Yeah, another talented filly by Tad the Stud. A nice qualifier there, 209-2. I just didn't like that they got over the half in 103-3, and then that last half in 105-4. That's why I kind of went with the 2 over the 3 in here. But yeah, this is another talented filly and could definitely get the job done in here. Paul Lanigan maybe just taking his time in the qualifier and didn't want to rush this filly, just wanted to get her around flat. We'll see how she performs here going for the dough here this afternoon, but she's definitely play in here, and I love her odds right now as well. This is another great price at 4-1.
Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling here for race number 4 from Red Shores in Summerside this afternoon. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
2-year-old trot fillies in the 4th are defriended. Magian Salsa, Bert's Legacy, Incredible 3, Mile Hill Dream, along for the ride. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The Ruffin trotting up the rail, defriended the first one out. Magian Salsa second. Bert's Legacy will be third as they make their way round the turn. To get away 4th, Incredible 3. Now in 5th, along for the ride. And the trailer, that is Mile Hill Dream. And off stride as they went to the backstretch. That was Magian Salsa. All alone on the lead, defriended for Miles Heffernan. Quickly by 6 or 7 open. Second is Bert's Legacy, racing from 3rd, Incredible 3, then 4th. That's along for the ride. Mile Hill Dream is 5th, and the trailer, Magian Salsa, 30-1. That's a big time opener for a 2-year-old trot filly, and she's loose on the lead here. Defriended. All alone in 2nd is Bert's Legacy. Along for the ride is picked up 3rd. Mile Hill Dream races from 4th, then in 5th, Magian Salsa, and the trailer after a break, that's Incredible 3. And an 1/8 of a mile has them strung out in here. At the midway point, defriended the leader in 1:01. Incredible fractions as they move round the turn going to the 5/8. It's all defriended. Second along the rail, Bert's Legacy along for the ride. Trots out of them 3rd, then in 4th, Mile Hill Dream. On the outside 5th, that's Magian Salsa. Off stride at the back, Incredible 3. 3/4 coming next, and all alone at that station is defriended in Heffernan. Bert's Legacy trots alone 2nd. Along for the ride 3rd. Up into 4th, Magian Salsa. 3/4 up in 1. 31-4. And she is all over the track record here as she turns on home. Defriended on the lead. Bert's Legacy 2nd. 3rd is along for the ride. Up against the clock here in the PEI Colt Stakes. Defriended and Miles Heffernan Sr. They've gone all the way to win alone. 2nd is Bert's Legacy. In for 3rd, along for the ride. Time for the mile, 2:04.3. New track record. 2-year-old trotting fillies, and they do it in the PEI Colt Stakes. Correction on the mile. They went 2-4-1, and that's eclipsing the track record of once 2:04.3.
So here's the replay, Kurt, for race number 4 this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old trotting fillies, and wow, what a performance by Defriended here. And Heffernan sent right down the road. And Kurt, a new trotting record here for 2-year-olds in Summerside.
Head the rail here this afternoon. Heffernan always has his young trotters ready to go, and they can really get off the gate. He must train them maybe behind the gate a bunch of times because they can leave off the gate so well as a young trotter. And this one did it again here this afternoon. 30-1 to the quarter, half in a minute, 1/5. Those are big fractions for 2-year-old trotters, as Vance mentioned. 1:31.4 to the 3/4, and as Vance mentioned, lowering the standard here, 2:04.1, 2 ticks better than, I was just looking up the filly records, Time Warp and Maple Leaf Spirit. They share the track record of 2:04.3, and this filly just lowered it by 2/5 of a second. Impressive performance, and we'll see her back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
Well, she was a front-end winner in her qualifier in 13 and 2. But Mr. Heffernan had other thoughts on this day at Summerside as he pushed the pedal to the metal today, establishing a new track record for two-year-old trotting fillies. And her name is Defriended. She's going to the winner's circle. Trotting Bay Filly 2 by Amigo Hall. From the Nureyev Dam, Miss Kennedy, a homebred of Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Heffernan Sr. put her on top at every call. Back to the record book she goes for a mile in 2:04. And a 1/5. Defriended in the PEI Colt Stakes with Cam McPhee and Scott Rollison at trackside for the presentations. Now the official results in the fourth race. Defriended the winner, Magian Salsa fourth. Bird's Legacy was second. Incredible 3 sixth. Mild Hill Dream was fifth. Along for the Ride finished third. Fractions of 30 and 1, 1 minute 1. 131 and 4. And that new track record for two-year-old trot fillies now stands at 2:04 and 1. In review, 142. 653. Defriended paid $13. The exactor was $43.40. Triactor $224.20. Superfecta $130.23.
Okay, 7 minutes to go here before race number 5 this afternoon, and it's Peter McPhee at Redshores in Summerside this afternoon, along with Kurt Hughes, who's in Stratford. And Kurt, the remote's been working out great this afternoon. We've had some super racing already through our first 4 this afternoon. Just saw a track record here in Summerside for two-year-old trotting fillies of 2:04 and 1. But Kurt, last night in Charlottetown, we also want to mention that Barrio on the front end with Cheeky Little Minx, 156 and 2. What did you think of that performance last night?
Just incredible. Cheeky Little Minx right on the front end. She didn't have any help in setting up that record-setting mile, and just an impressive performance. Barrio has her good right now, 56-2. Daisy River wasn't far off on that mile as well, sitting in the 2-hole for Hughes. And I was just thinking, the Philly mares there in that open trot in Charlottetown, they are ruling that division with Hop Up, Campbell's nice mare, Cheeky Little Minx, and Daisy River. All three are kind of the top three in that division. But yeah, an impressive performance. Mile Hill Willie and Freddie shared it of 56-3, and then Cheeky Little Minx lowering it. Just an incredible mile last night.
Certainly was. We had a track record in Charlottetown last night, a track record here in Summerside this afternoon. We're going to work on race number 5. We'll see Kurt's selections and my selections a little bit later on, but we are working on the 5th today here at Red Shores in Summerside. Race Day Live 2021 is presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, proud sponsor of the Governor's Plate and Red Shores. The Race Day Show is an official Red Shores broadcast network. The show features exciting camera angles of the action, commentary, and interviews, special features along with the Vance Cam presented by Results Marketing and Advertising, and slow motion replays by Universal Media. Race Day Live at Redshores.ca, the Red Shores YouTube channel, and HPIBet.com.
The 2-year-old Colt Pacers in the PEI Colt Stakes on the Race 5 Post Parade. Number 1 is Karlamov. 1 by 3 Wiseman Stable and the Alley Group. Mark Campbell training and driving. Number 2, Bria Shadow, 1 by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie. Kenny Arsenault will drive. Kyle Gillis does the post parade. Three is JJ Xavier, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, trained by Earl Smith, driven by Brody McPhee. Four is Silver Spirit, Devin Wallace of Bloomfield, the owner, trainer, and the driver. Five, J.J. Maximus, owned by Taylor Doyle, Jason Cherry, and Robin LaJeunesse, trained by Taylor Doyle. Today, Mark Bradley drives. 6 is Soul Assassin, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, and Roger Burns. Trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling up. Number 7 is Halmac Maximus, owned by Walter Simmons of Summerside and Wade Story of Montague. Wade does the training. Adam Murner will drive. Donnie McNeil does the post parade. Number 8, Salisbrook Ripper, is owned by Miles Heffernan of Montague. Miles is in the driver's seat. Miles Heffernan Jr. does the training. Down to your final call for wagering on race number 5. Final call at the windows. Cam McPhee and Scott Rollison will be making trackside presentations to the winners on behalf of the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. The winner gets a complimentary win photo today. Also, welcome to Julie Jameson, Executive Director with the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association.
Okay, working on race number 5 this afternoon. Kurt PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old Colts. The grassroots are going to go for a nice purse of $6,000 today. And on the screen, JJ Xavier for David Lund of Moncton. Earl Smith trains. It's going to be Brody McPhee. This has been a good combination, Earl and Brody. And you can see, Kurt, this guy's dropping into the A's today.
Yeah, good effort in that last A division there in Churro. Left from post 7, ended up 6, but a nice race time there, 58-1. 30-4 on the end of it, and then 5th to start prior to that in that A stakes. So getting the crack at the grassroots here, a little bit of a class relief for this one in here, and gets Brody McPhee back in the bike, who you see did the qualifier in there, 202-1, 28-3 on the end of it. A good qualifier, a couple nice starts, and I like this guy to get the job done here in race 5. He's even money.
Next door neighbor today, Kurt, is Silver Spirit here for Devin Wallace of Bloomfield. Devin trains as well. He does the driving, and the horse has been excellent so far. 2 for 2 in his brief career.
And Devin Wallace does a great job on the track and as a trainer, and he's got another nice one here. This guy by Veradero Hanover in that B division, 59-4 right on the front end. And then in an overnight in Summerside, a nice win on the front end again. There, 2 minutes flat. So a nice couple starts under his belt. He's 2 for 2. Not much to complain about from this guy. So he could go 3 for 3 in here, and he's offering up a much better price than the 3. You're getting 5-1 right now on Silver Spirit.
And to round out your try here, Kurt, you're leaning towards the 7 here. Halmac Maximus, Walter Simmons, Wade Story, they share the ownership. And it's going to be Wade Story training as well. Adam Murner is going to be in the bike this afternoon, and Halmac Maximus. Adam had a nice night last night, 3 winners. And again, another guy that's dropping out of the A's here.
Dropping into the A's last time out. Got away in the 4-hole and then had that broken equipment there at the 3/4 pole. Ended up 6 by 20.5 lengths. So I'm going to throw that line right out. I like the line prior to that in Summerside in a B stake. Kind of the same division here, grassroots. Second by a half length, 59-4 in against the 4 Silver Spirits, who we see here leaving from post 4 today. So a good effort on that day with Mark Campbell in the bike, Murner in the bike today. Post 7, though, that's a little bit of a struggle for this one, but hopefully he can get into the mix early, and I like him to round out my triactor. He's 8-1.
Yeah, it's a good betting board here. 2-1 on Karlamov here for Campbell on the Rail Bria Shadow. It's 38-1, 6-5 on JJ Savior. Silver Spirit, 9-2, 4-1 on JJ Maximus. And it's 9-1 in Soul Assassin, 8-1 in Halmac Maximus. And Salisbury Ripper on the outside, long odds 71-1. Getting ready here for the 5th. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling here for race number 5 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Karlamov, Bria Shadow, JJ Xavier, Silver Spirit, JJ Maximus, Soul Assassin, Halmac Maximus, Salisbrook Ripper outside. Top of the stretch. One Karlamov on the run prior to the start. Here they come. The rough and pacing Silver Spirit, JJ Xavier are leaving out on the rail. That's Bria's Shadow third into the turn. To get away fourth, JJ Maximus driving up from the outside. Fifth is Soul Assassin. Then in sixth is Salzbrook Ripper. Halmac Maximus is seventh, and the trailer after the break, that is Karlamop. Up the backstretch they go, and a little brouhaha going on in the PEI Cold Stakes. Silver Spirit from the outside, parked on past the opening quarter. He has cleared the lead for Devin Wallace, 28 and 4 was the quarter. Racing now second around the turn is JJ Xavier back into third. That's Bria's Shadow. Racing from fourth. Coming off the turn, that's JJ Maximus. Then in fifth as they approach the midway point is Soul Assassin. Salzbrook Ripper on the outside sixth. Halmac Maximus is seventh, and the trailer is Karlamov. They're halfway home, led by Silver Spirit, the midway point leader. 58 and 3. Second at the rail, JJ Xavier. Third and moving up on the outside is JJ Maximus. On the rail, fourth is Bria's Shadow. Soul Assassin tipping out fifth. Halmac Maximus now sixth. Back into seventh. Salzbrook Ripper and Karlamov on the outside the trailer. They're over to three quarters, and Silver Spirit getting them there. Second is JJ Xavier up on the outside to take third. That's Soul Assassin. 3/4 of a mile in 1:28 and 2. Eighth of a mile left to go, and that's Silver Spirit homeward bound. Soul Assassin on the outside towards the rail. JJ Xavier, JJ Maximus fourth. Deep stretch now. Silver Spirit, Soul Assassin on the outside for Dowling. Nailed it. Second is Silver Spirit. Third is JJ Xavier. Time for the mile, they went 1:57 and 3.
Another great race here this afternoon, Kurt. The PI Colt Stakes 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division, and they were racing early. Silver Spirit and Devin and JJ Xavier and Brody over to the quarter. They cleared up and almost got there in the end, but the 6 comes late, and Dowling nails them on the wire.
Yeah, great trip from the 4 Silver Spirit and Devin Wallace. They were duking it out early with Brody McPhee and JJ Xavier. They settled it as Silver Spirit goes to the front, 28 and 4, and they kept on rocking and rolling there, 58 and 3, 128 and 2. And how about the trip from Soul Assassin and Dowling? A gutsy first over effort here, making it its second start on his career, a winning one as he reaches up in the final strides. Wow, that's tight on the line, but we believe it is the 6 Soul Assassin and Dowling getting it here in the PEI Cold Stakes Grassroots Division. Time of the mile, 1:57 and 3. Impressive. We'll see them back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
There's a look at number 6, Soul Assassin, as he makes his way to the race 5 winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding 2 by Militias. From the Camelot Dam, Mystic Eyes, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson and Roger Burns. the colt bred by Greg McKenzie of Nova Scotia. He's trained by Earl Watts and driven to victory by David Dowling, pacing to a maiden record this afternoon of 157-3. Soul Assassin in the PEI Colt Stakes with the trackside presentation. Now the official results in race 5, Carla Moff finished 7th. Bria Shadow was 6th. JJ Xavier 3rd. Silver Spirit 2nd. JJ Maximus was 4th. Soul Assassin was the winner. Halmac Maximus finished 5th. Salzbrook Ripper was 8th. Fractions went 28-4. 58-3. 128-2, and the mile 157-3. In review, 763, 241, 58. Soul Assassin paid $18.40. The exactor $39.60, triactor $123.50, and the superfecta was $67.82.
The 2021 Atlantic Dream Stable competition is presented by the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. The $2,000 grand prize is sponsored by Phillips Agri Services, Sure Grain Feeds, and Brooks Performance Horse Feeds. 100% of the $20 entry cost goes directly to the IWK Children's Hospital. For updates, go to atlanticdreamstable.weebly.com. Okay, 5 minutes to go here before race number 6 this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old colts. They're a 2-year-old trotting colts this time. The purse is $7,000. And, Kurt, we're looking at our selections here, our top threes in race number 6. And I'm looking at a 4-3-2 here. I'm going to go with Kenny McDonald here and Appelli AA. And I do like the 3 as well, Moonshine Monday, and the 2 as well. So track, we'll get to it a little bit as the post-parade comes next.
The 2-year-old trotting colt in the PEI Colt Stakes on the race 6 post parade. Number 1, Headline Howie, owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. Number 2, Pay Up Jack, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchill, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Number 3, Moonshine Monday, is owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Miles Heffernan Jr. is the trainer, with Miles Sr. driving. Up Helly is number 4, owned by Riley Farms Limited of Summerside, trained by Claire McDonald. Kenny McDonald drives. Number 5, Magian Raptor, owned by James Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. James trains and drives. Number 6, Getting All Fired Up, is owned by Blaine White of Bell River. Blaine does the training. Mark Campbell in the sulky. 3 minutes wagering time in race number 6. The Jackpot High Five now being offered on race number 8, and you can advance wager on our Jackpot High Five as we feature it in the 8th race today.
The Gold Cup and Saucer. Be part of history.
The outside, not far away. Coming up third, Lisburn up the inside. Rock, Diamond, wow! 4 of them. Here is Rock, Diamond, and Mitchell Cushing. They win the Gold Cup and Saucer.
The greatest show in harness racing. The Guardian Gold Cup and Saucer. From Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Go to Redshores.ca for details.
Well, not that far away is the Guardian Gold Cup and Saucer, Kurt. Hard to believe August is just around the corner, but we're working out in Summerside this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old trotting colts. And we're going to get a look at the 4 here. Up Helly for Kenny McDonald. Riley Farms, the owners. Claire McDonald trains, and Kenny's going to do the driving here this afternoon. Already has a win on the card this season.
Yeah, it looked good so far this season. Finished 3rd in Summerside in Atlantic Sire Stake, rallied to be 3rd after getting away 6 by 9 and change at the quarter. Closed to be 3rd by a quarter length, 208 and 2, and then a nice impressive win, as you mentioned, in Churro. They're winning by a quarter length in 205 and 3 over Mr. Miller, who we've seen perform earlier on the card and look good. So this guy's a real nice trotter. And you mentioned the Atlantic Dream Stable. I entered that contest, Peter, and this is one of my horses in my dream stable. So hopefully we get the job done in here at 3-5.
You want some points right away, right?
Exactly.
Well, we took a look at the 4 there, Up Helly, and we're going to move now to the 3 here, Kurt. This is Moonshine Monday for Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Miles Heffernan is the trainer. Miles already had a big win earlier this afternoon. And, Kurt, I got to admit, they're pretty handy when it comes to naming horses.
They sure are. They got Tequila Tuesday. I think they even got Fireball Friday, and now Moonshine Monday. There's a common theme there.
I think so.
With Heffernan horses. But this is another 2-year-old. That can get off the gate really quickly. If you look at that last start in Churro, had the rail, got away right on the lead there, 30 and 4, and then kind of self-destructed there at the top of the stretch. Ended up 3rd in 207 and 1. But that Atlantic Sire Stake in Summerside was a nice, impressive mile. Left from post 9, so he couldn't get to the front early, but he did end up getting there late and got the job done 208 and 2. So a win and a 3rd so far in his early career, and he's got a great shot in here from post 3, 6-5.
Well, we heard the call to post here, Kurt, for race number 6 here, and you're in agreement with me. We're going to go to the 2 here. Pay Up Jack for Wade Piccone. Kenny Arsenault. Kenny's going to do the driving as well. And before we get to Pay Up Jack, we got to certainly send out our congratulations to our colleague, Rocky Skierman, who was married on Friday. So congratulations to Rocky and his wife, Lisa. And again, Kurt, Rocky's taking the day off, but well-deserved.
Well-deserved day off. Been part of the broadcast team for 4 years, getting a weekend off. They're honeymooning in Charlottetown, I am told, and hopefully they're having a great time in the capital city of Prince Edward Island and enjoying themselves and back on the track. We both like this pay-up jack for part of the ticket. 2-year-old colt by Angus Hall, Kenny Arsenault, the trainer and driver. A good second there to Windermere Alley in his latest outing, 2:07.1. That's a nice mile for a 2-year-old trotter. So I like this guy to round out my try. 9-2 currently on the board.
We'll have a minor delay here in the 6-3 Moonshine Monday, returning to the paddock for an equipment adjustment.
We'll take a quick look at the odds here as we get close here. Headline Howie's at 13-1. Pay Up Jack we just talked about 5-2. Moonshine Monday is at 6-5 for Heffernan. Up Heliah for Kenny McDonald there. Even money. Magian Raptor James Ripley at 23-1, and getting all fired up for Campbell on the outside at 15-1. And we want you in on some action here. Race number 6, Colt Stakes, 2-year-old trotting colts, and the purse will be $7,000. Getting set for race number 6 from Redshores in Summerside this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
2-year-old colt trotters in the PEI Colt Stakes lining up. Headline Howie, Pay Up Jack, Moonshine Monday, Up Heliah. Magian Raptor getting all fired up top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Off stride the 2, Pay Up Jack. There they go, off and trotting with Moonshine Monday leaving out. Up Heliah races second from the outside, getting all fired up third. For off stride on the lead, Moonshine Monday self-destructs early, so inheriting the lead. Up Heliah for Kenny McDonald. Second is getting all fired up. Moonshine Monday back to the run third. Then in fourth, Headline Howie. Racing from fifth, Magian Raptor, and the trailer, that is Pay Up Jack. So they get strung out, and I mean strung out in here. On the lead is Up Heliah. He was at the opening quarter mile in 31-1. Getting all fired up in the 2-hole. That's the long shot. Back into third is Headline Howie. Then fourth is Moonshine Monday. Racing from fifth, Magian Raptor, and the trailer, that is Pay Up Jack. Down the stretch, they approach the opening half mile. Up Heliah will be the midway point leader. Getting all fired up is right there in the 2-hole. Trotting alone in third is Headline Howie, then fourth, that is Moonshine Monday. Magian Raptor fifth, then the trailer, Pay Up Jack, the opening half mile in 1:03 flat. Onward to go to the 5/8 next. The leader is Up Heliah. Second is getting all fired up. Headline Howie is closed right in and moved to the outside. He's third. Moonshine Monday fourth. Magian Raptor on the outside fifth. tipped. Pay Up Jack the trailer. Off stride is getting all fired up. They're over to 3/4. Up Helia, the leader by 2. Second, that is Headline Howie. Now moving into third, Giant Raptor. 3/4 of a mile in 1:35 and 1/8 of a mile left to trot. And clear on the lead, turning for home. Up Helia. Second is Headline Howie. Giant Raptor now third, getting all fired up. Fourth, the division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Up Helia in line to Kenny McDonald. Second, that'll go to Headline Howie. Getting all fired up. Came back on to be third. 2-0, 4-4.
So, Kurt, we're going to look at the slow-mo here for race number 6 at Redshores and Summerside. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old trotting colts. They're still pretty green here, Kurt. Quite a few breakers here in this one. But Up Helia eventually got to the lead for Kenny, and they went right down the road.
Yeah, you're going to get that with 2-year-old trotters. A few of them made breaks in here, but minding his manners is the 4. Up Helia, a member of my dream stable. He gets it done here for me here in this 6th race. And he looked good. Kenny McDonald put him right on the front end, 31 and 1, 103 to the half, down in 3/4, 135 and 1. Closed it out, 29 and change on the end of it for a mile of 2:04 and 4. That's a new record for this 2-year-old son of Armbro Barrister. He looked good here today. And the 1, Headline Howie, raced good here for McGuigan as well, as he minded his manners and raced super here this afternoon in another division of the PEI Colt Stakes. 2-year-old trotters will see the 4, Up Helia, in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
This colt's off to a great career. Up Helia in the 6th race, going to the winner's circle. Trotting Bay Colt 2 by Armbro Barrister from the Burnt Hanover Dam, Burnt with Finesse, owned by Riley Farms Limited of Summerside. Bred by Greg McKenzie of Nova Scotia. He's trained by Claire McDonald. He's driven to victory by Kenny McDonald, and he'll trot to a new race win record of 2-0, 4-4. Up Helia in the PEI Colt Stakes. Down at trackside, Cam McPhee and Scott Rollison do the presentation. Now the official results in race 6, headline Howie was second, Pay Up Jack 6th, Moonshine Monday 5th. Up Helia was the race winner. Magian Raptor finished 4th. Getting All Fired Up was 3rd. They went 31 and 1, 103. 135 and 1, and the mile 204 and 4. From the top 265, 143. Up Helia returned 290. The exactor $43, triactor $317. The superfecta $113.05.
Mystery Vouchers promotion continues at our Charlottetown property. If you buy a ticket on track, you could win a voucher for racing, dining, or gaming. Plus, you qualify to win a $1,000 grand prize to be drawn on Gold Cup night. Congratulations to Sean Smith, our grand prize winner in Summerside. His name was drawn on Governor's Plate night, and he took home the $1,000 grand prize in cash. So 5 minutes to go here before racing number 7, and a good one coming up here. The PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old Colts, the Gold. They're going to go for $12,200, and Kurt Hughes is back with me as our selections are on the board here, Kurt. And we're similar. I'm going 4-5-3 in here. You're going 4-3-5, but everybody seeming to lean on Fernhill General.
Yeah, I'm looking for Fernhill General to get the job done. I'm looking for a Fernhill Exactor with Fernhill Gusto for second, and then I like the 5 Roll with Hottie Toddy and Barrio to round out my try.
Two-year-old Colt Pacers Gold Division on the 7th race parade. Number 1, Middleton Terror. Owned by Kingsley Walsh of Albany and Frank Balcom of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Donnie McNeil training and driving. Number 2, Woodmere Bankroll is owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. Number 3, Fernhill Gusto is owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. The trainer-driver, Mark Campbell. Four is Fernhill General, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morrissey of Vernon River, trained by Earl Smith, driven by Brody McPhee. Number 5, Roll with Hottie Toddy, owned by Trevor Hicken of Montague, Todd and Trish Hardy of Windsor, Nova Scotia. Trevor is the trainer. Gilles Barrio is the driver. 3 minutes wagering time on the afternoon 7th race. For upcoming dates, back to racing protocols, and special events, go to Redshores.ca.
Okay, working on race number 7 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old Colts, the gold this time. They're going to go for a purse of $12,200. Kurt, Fern Hill General will be on the screen here. Peter Smith, Gerald Morrissey, they share ownership. Earl Smith trains. It's Brody McPhee in the bike, and I'm wondering, is he in your fantasy stable?
He is in my fantasy stable. He's a lock. I think he's in everyone's fantasy stable. And you know what? I was just looking at my fantasy stable. I'm a winner with Mr. Miller and Up Heli So my 2-year-old trotters have performed well for me this afternoon. Hopefully my 2-year-old Pacers do as well. This is an impressive son of Malicious. 2 for 2 so far in his young career. That last effort in Churro, 55-1. Just an incredible mile, 29 flat on the end of it, and then back in Summerside in his debut, a good looking start there as well, winning in 56-4, 28-4, closing it out. So no pressure, Brody, but you better get the job done in here and keep my great day going for my fantasy stable. He's 1-2 on the board.
Well, I think you're going next door, and again, it's Fernhill Gusto this time for Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell trains. Mark's going to do the driving as well on Fernhill Gusto, and he's been pretty good as well, Kurt. 2 starts and 2 second-place finishes.
For sure, we're not getting a look at the 3 Fernhill Gusto right now on the screen, but Mark Campbell will be doing the driving, like you say. 2 back-to-back second-place finishes. Breeder Brian McLeod, he has himself couple of nice 2-year-olds here. This guy's by Stonebridge Terror. First time out, 57-2 for Campbell, 29 flat on the end of it. And then another rough trip. He's had 2 rough outings. Parked the entire mile last time out and still almost got there. Finishing second by 3/4 of a length, 59-2. There's a look at the 3 Fernhill Gusto. He is 8-1 currently on the board.
Well, that's the call to post here in the 7th. We're getting close, Kurt, but we still want to land on the 5, and here he is. Roll with Hottie Toddy here for Gilberto. Trevor Hicken, Todd and Trish Hardy, they all share ownership. Trevor is the trainer as well. Barrio's going to do the driving here. Comes off a good start in Truro, and Kurt, I know a lot of the money's gone to the 4, but this is a pretty good play at 8-1 here.
For sure. Last time out, left from post 2 in Truro, released Fernhill General to the front, followed along in the 2-hole, ended up third, only beaten 2.5 lengths. St. Charles Fireball got up and beat him for that second place finish, but he raced good, closed it out 29-1 on the end of it, and a good 4th in his debut in Summerside, 58-4. He is post 5 here today, and he has his work cut out for him as there's a lot of talent in here. Even Middleton Terror on the rail for Donnie McNeil. If you're playing the triactor, you might want to throw that guy in your tickets, but you're getting 8-1 right now on the 5. Roll with it. Hottie Toddy.
Yeah, and look at the board here and the odds as we get close. 5-2 on Middleton Terror, as Kurt mentioned. Donnie McNeil will drive Middleton Terror, and he's already got a couple of wins this year. 22-1 on Woodmere Bankroll. Mike McGuigan, Fernhill Gusto, and Campbell in the middle of 13-1. All the money seems to be on Fernhill General and Brody McPhee, 1-9, and Roll with Hottie Toddy and Barrio there, 7-1 here. So that's the field. Want you in on some action. Good luck with your picks here in the 7th. Getting set for race number 7 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
2-year-old Colt Pacers Gold Division in the PEI Colt Stakes, lining up Middleton Terror, Woodmere Bankroll, Fernhill Gusto, Fernhill General, Roll with Hottie Toddy, top of the stretch. Here they come. A little fancy stepping and off stride at the rail is the one Middleton Terror, and there they go, off and pacing, and the one does have broken equipment. Into the turn they go, and up the rail, Woodmere Bankroll. The leader, it's short-lived. Here's Fernhill General on to take over in line to Brody McPhee. Second is Woodmere Bankroll. Then in third is Fernhill Gusto. Fourth up the rail as they race up the backstretch. That is Roll with Hottie Toddy. And the trailer is Middleton Terror. We are under an inquiry. Race number 7. Judges' inquiry underway. Up the opening quarter, Fernhill General in complete control. Woodmere Bankroll is second, 29 and 3 the quarter. That's Fernhill Gusto racing from third. Roll with Hottie Toddy fourth. And the trailer is Middleton Terror. They come off the paddock turn and they're headed towards the opening half mile. And the General will be unchallenged at the midway point. Second is Woodmere Bankroll. Fernhill Gusto in third. Racing fourth, Roll with Hottie Toddy, and the trailer in fifth. That is Middleton Terror. They were at the midway point here in the 7th in a minute. And 1/5 to the turn they go, led by Fernhill General. Woodmere Bankroll is second. Fernhill Gusto starts to the outside third. Roll with Hottie Toddy fourth, and the trailer, Middleton Terror, up the backstretch for the second and final time, and they're led to 3/4 by Fernhill General. Fernhill Gusto, the challenger. Oh, they're picking them up, and they're putting them down now. 3/4 of a mile in 1:29 and 3. They round the turn for the final time with 1/8 of a mile to go. And that's Fernhill General drifting way out on the turn. Up the inside is Woodmere Bankroll. Fernhill Gusto third. Roll with Hottie Toddy. Middleton Terror deep in the stretch. It's Fernhill General all the way for Brody McPhee in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second, that'll be Woodmere Bankroll. Up the inside, Roll with Hottie Toddy third. Time of the mile in 1:58 and 1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo curve for race number 7 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old Colts, the Gold Division for $12,000. He got to the front here today, Fernhill General and Brody. They control it all the way, but coming off the last turn, he drifts a little bit, and it just proves he's still a little bit green here, Kurt.
Yeah, for sure. These young ones are still learning, and this guy here, he got all the respect, though, McPhee and the 4 Fernhill General, 29 and 3. A real soft half for this talented group, minute 1/5. They pace their back half 58 flat, and like you say, he kind of bared out there around the last turn. I'm not sure if he's shying away from the light poles or if he was looking for the gate or what, but Brody McPhee, talented reinsman, he got him back to his business there, and down the stretch he looked good getting to the wire. Time of the mile, 1:58 and 1. Woodmere Bankroll and McGuigan race good here, getting the deuce, and up the inside it is Roll with Hottie Toddy and Barrio getting the show dose. So we have a 4-2-5 triactor here in race 7, and we'll see the 4 Fernhill General and McPhee back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
The judge's inquiry involves the break on number 1 Middleton Terror. Before the start, please retain your tickets here in the 7th. Fernhill General remains undefeated in his freshman career. Now 3 for 3. He's arriving at the 7th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 2 by Malicious from the Arts Place Dam Noble Ellen, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morrissey of Vernon River. This colt bred by Brian McLeod of Truro, Nova Scotia. He's trained by Earl Smith and driven to victory by Brody McPhee, winning mile in 1:58.1. Fernhill General in the PEI Colt Stakes with the trackside presentations. Results of the 7th race judges' inquiry was no violations. Now the official results in race 7, Middleton Terror 5th, Woodmere Bankroll was 2nd, Fernhill Gusto finished 4th, Fernhill General was the race winner. Roll with Hottie Toddy finished 3rd, fractions up 29 and 3, 1 minute 1, 129 and 3, and the mile 158 and 1. In review 524 13. Fernhill General 220. The Exactor 1660, Triactor 154.30, and the Superfecta was 60.63.
Okay, 7 minutes to go here before race number 8 at Red Shores and Summerside this afternoon. Welcome back. I'm your host, Peter McPhee from Red Shores and Summerside. Kurt Hughes along from Stratford as well, as we're doing the remote here today, Kurt. And things have worked out great, and it's been a great day so far. Let's touch on some highlights. Fernhill General, again, he's bearing out a little bit, but Kurt, he has an amazing amount of talent for a 2-year-old.
Yeah, for sure. And he just looks like he's a little goofy on the front end. I see he wears a shadow roll and a closed bridle, so Trainer Earl Smith definitely has the bridle on him that he needs, but and I have no doubt that Trainer Earl Smith will get to the bottom of whatever makes him drift in and out like that in the mile. But he was impressive, and when he minds his manners, boy oh boy, can he pace! 55 last week, and then a back half 58 today. He looked impressive now, 3 for 3 in his career.
And Jamie McKinley, we got to mention this, Kurt. As you mentioned earlier on, he had a sweep earlier on in the card, and it's great for Jamie in the breeding side of things. He's had big-time success today.
For sure, and bringing in that sire, Tobago K, he's just an impressive sire, and he's looked good here with his first crop on the track, and in the Maritimes, I should say. It's first crop in the Maritimes. But definitely looked good here today, so congrats to Jamie McKinley. You know, he puts in a lot of time and effort into this business, and it's nice to see the pan out for him here today.
Yeah, he's looking good. And again, post-parade on the track here for race number 8. We'll be back with our jackpot high five selections.
The 2-year-old Colt Pacers Grassroots Division on the 8th race parade. Number 1, Pocket of Aces, owned by Doug Matheson of Cornwall. Dunsan Farms of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes. Jason Hughes driving. Number 2, Morian Bay, owned by Bell River Gold Stable of Bell River, trained by Wade Sorey. The driver is Adam Murner. Three, Prince Hal, owned by the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained by Earl Smith. Brody McPhee drives. Number 4, Watch Him Treasure, owned by Jonathan Mundell of Pugwash, Nova Scotia, trained by Earl Watts. Miles Heffernan. Five, Head of State, owned by Leith, Leslie, and Spencer Waite, trained by Leslie Waite, driven by Corey McPherson. Number 6, Mitch, owned by Debbie Denny, Rick McNutt, and Hollis Newson, trained by Tommy Weatherby, driven by Gilles Berriot. Number 7, Stash It Away, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Mark Campbell drive. Eight is JJ Tommy, owned by James Perot, Stratford. The trainer driver is Kenny Arsenault. We're down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 8, and we're featuring the Jackpot High Five, and we thank Results Advertising and Marketing for their presentation of the Vans Cam from the announcer's booth here at historic Summerside. And I'm going to go to the outside, gentlemen. I don't like post position 7 and 8, especially when you're dealing with 2-year-olds. But as Kurt mentioned all afternoon, talented group we have here in 2021. Wow, they look like aged horses. So out here, I'm going to go to number 7, Stash It Away. He'll come off the 6 scratches last start. I'll look for trainer Kevin McLean to have him up and ready to rock here at Summerside this afternoon. Got to go farther out for my second choice, and that's out of the Kenny Arsenault barn. I like JJ Tommy. This colt win an overnight event in 59 and 4. Had him on the chooch and closed it out 29 and change. For the tri-actor players, I like number 4, Watch Him Treasure. He does show 2 minutes his last start, closing panel 29 and 3. If you play the super factor, going to get closer to the inside. I like 3, Prince Hal. He'll show 2-1 his last effort. And for my Jackpot High Five, guys, I like number 2, Morian Bay. Now out of the Wade Sorey barn, he shows 2-1 and change his last start. Not liking the positions, but here's the numbers. They are 7-8, 4-3-2. Gentlemen.
Kurt, you go ahead.
Yeah, I like the 7 as well. Vance, Stash It Away. 2-year-old by Peng Shui. This brother to kind of like her was a good horse for the Dooley boys back in the day out of the Ponderosa Dam All-American Napa. So this guy's got some breeding and a good effort there. 2 minutes, 4/5, 29 and 1 closing it out there in that overnight event. I do like the 8, JJ Tommy, but I like JJ Tommy for third on my ticket. I'm going with the 4, Watch Him Treasure. And if you look at the lines there, second in 2 minutes. So I'm going 7-4-8 for the triactor and for the jackpot high 5. I'm throwing in the 1 and 2. I like Pocket of Aces and Jason Hughes for fourth, and Morian Bay and Murner for fifth on my ticket. So I'm going 7-4-8. 1-2. Peter?
I'm with you kind of, guys, on the outside. I'm going 7 as well. I like 8 for second. I like 3 for third, and then 2-6. So 7-8, 3, 2-6 is the numbers for me in the jackpot high 5 as we work on race number 8 from Red Shores in Summerside. Well, as we said, it's race number 8, PEI Colt Stakes. 2-year-old colts, the grassroots. They go for a nice purse of $6,000 today. Exactor, the jackpot high 5. Super try. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket, $25 here in the 8th. Kurt Stash It Away for Reg McPherson, Stratford, Kevin McLean, Mark Campbell. Boy, this combination of owner, trainer, and driver have done very well in the Maritimes the past few years.
For sure. And they've had that great horse, Socket Away. Other greats as well. And like you say, just a great combination. They look like they have another nice son of Peng Shui here. Like I say, he's a brother to Kind of Liker. And if you look at that line there in that overnight event, he rallied from back 12 lengths at the quarter pole to be only beaten a length and a change. Broken equipment at the wire there. 2 minutes, 4/5, 29 and 1, closing it out. A nice qualifier as well. Moved a couple times in that qualifier, winning been 204 and 1, 28-4, closing it out. As Vance said, the post position, we don't like it, but post 7 is what we get here, and 3-5 is what you're getting on the odds for Stash It Away.
And here is the 4. This is Watch 'em Treasure for Jonathan Mundell of Pugwash, Nova Scotia. Earl Watts trains. It's going to be Miles Heffernan in the bike. Miles already with a nice win here this afternoon. Now he's got this guy from post 4 here today. Kurt, you like him for second?
I do like him for second. He comes from another nice family. He's a son of State Treasure out of that Ponderosa Dam, Red Star Ashley. Peter, we know a son of Red Star Ashley that we like, and he's one of our favorites. That's Ashes to Ashes. He was a great colt in the Maritimes, and this guy looks like he's a real nice one as well. Second in 2 minutes, 1/5 in his last outing, 29 and 3 on the end of it. And Red Star Ashley, she's throwing such great ones, and Arc Light comes to mind, another one out of Red Star Ashley that Campbell has in our Philly Mare Top Class. She was a great state competitor. So a great family this one comes from, and this is a real good looking son of State Treasure. I like him for second. He's 5-1.
Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling here for race number 8 from Red Shores and Summerside this afternoon. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Pocket of Aces, Morian Bay, Prince Hal, Watch 'em Treasure, Head of State Mitch, Stash It Away, JJ Tommy on the grandstand side, 2-year-old Colt Pacers in the PEI Colt Stakes. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Prince Hal leaving out. Morian Bay goes with him. Third to the turn. Watch 'em Treasure from the far outside. J.J. Tommy is there fourth. Fifth up the rail, Pocket of Aces. Then around the turn and racing from sixth. That is Head of State. Mitch got away seventh, and then the trailer is Stash It Away. So the post-time favorite is last in the early going. Up front on the lead is Prince Hal in line to Brody McPhee. Marion Bay tucked away for the two-hole ride. Then in third, that's Watch Him Treasure. Fourth at the rail is J.J. Tommy. Racing from fifth, Pocket of Aces. 30 and 2 was the quarter. Then 6 around the turn is Head of State. Racing seventh is Mitch. And on the outside, the trailer, that is Stash It Away. They move off the turn and straighten down the stretch. They have the half mile in their sights. And Prince Hal is the leader on Marion Bay. From the outside and coming first up, that is Watch Him Treasure. And he's got broken gear at the half. Then in fourth is J.J. Tommy. Opening half mile in 1:01 and 1. The tempo will pick up in here as they move round the turn, arriving at the 5-8. Prince Hal the leader. Second is Marion Bay from the outside. Watch Him Treasure third. J.J. Tommy coming 3 wide fourth. Then in fifth, Pocket of Aces. Stash It Away now is into contention 6. He rolls up 3 wide. Then seventh, that's Head of State. Mitch at the rail, the trailer. They're by 3/4. We have a new leader, J.J. Tommy, 3/4 up in 1:31 and 1. J.J. Tommy takes over with an 8th to go. Stash It Away lands on the scene late. Coming second on the outside. Prince Hal back to third. Marion Bay coming on between horses. Deep in the stretch now as they land on the line from worst to first. Stash It Away for Campbell in the PEI Colt Stakes. J.J. Tommy second, Marion Bay third, 2 minutes, 3/5.
Well, Kurt, we talked about it in the pre-race. He had post 7, Stash It Away here, and he was at the back early on, but boy, did he make up a ton of ground, especially second part of the mile here tonight.
For sure. He got away at the back of the pack, as you mentioned, but just followed that third overflow as the 4 Watch Him Treasure and Heffernan. They came first up here today, and second over trip goes to J.J. Tommy and Arsenault, but it was the 3 Brody McPhee and Prince Hal cutting it out 30 and 2, 101 and 1, 131 and 1. Arsenault tipped off that second over cover down the lane, and on third over cover was Mark Campbell timing it perfectly here with Stash It Away, and those 2 horses battled down the lane, but Stash It Away gets up in the final strides to nail it here. Time of the mile, 2 minutes, 3/5, and we'll see them back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
Well, I'm sure he had the punters a little nervous in the early going, but this colt, he stepped up and he's arriving at the winner's circle here in the afternoon's 8th race. Number 7, Stash It Away. Bay Pacing Gelding 2 by Peng Shui from the Ponderosa Dam All-American Napa. Owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford. The colt bred by Wilfred Poulton. Trained by Kevin McLean, driven to victory by Mark Campbell to a maiden record of 2 minutes and 3/5. Stash It Away in the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old Colt Pacers. Down at trackside, Cam McPhee and Scott Rollison with the presentation. Now the official results in race 8, Pocket of Aces 5th, Morian Bay 3rd. Prince Hal was 4th. Watch Him Treasure 7th. Head of State finished 8th. Mitch was 6th. Stash It Away, the race winner. J.J. Tommy finished 2nd, fractions of 30 and 2, 101 and 1. 131 and 1, and the mile was 2 minutes and 3/5. In review, it's 534, 786, 12. Stash It Away paid $360. The Exactor $10.90, Triactor $33. Superfecta was $30.17, and the Jackpot High Five $30.36. Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets today, valued at $520. Winning number 457567. Today's 50-50 winning number for $520, 457567. Good luck.
Okay, 5 minutes to go here before race number 9 at Red Shores in Summerside this afternoon. We've had some great racing so far. New track record for 2-year-old trotting fillies as well. Defriended in Heffernan earlier on, 2-4-1. The new track record here for 2-year-old trotting fillies. We're working on the PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies gold here, going for $12,000, Kurt. And you and I both on board with Woodmere Jazz here.
Yeah, 2-year-old filly by Roll With It Harry. Perfect in her career, 3 for 3. We both like her. We both kind of like Royalty and Chevrolet and Baxter. What a combination they are. We like them for second, and we like Rojo Mo for third, and Campbell in here and off a good second place finish last time out. So 2, 4, 3. Peter and I like for our triactors, and the post parade will be up in just a moment. Girl in the Tavern leading the 9th race on post parade, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Jason News, training and driving.
2 Woodmere Jazz, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Gilles Barrio. Rojo Mo, number 3, owned by Sandy Baird and the Rojo Group of Trenton, Nova Scotia. Sandy trains. Mark Campbell driving. Kinda Like Royalty, number 4, owned by Jennifer Baxter of Windsor, Karen Williams of Hants County, Nova Scotia, trained by Joe Baxter. Walter Chevry drives. Number 5 is Windermere Mia Grace, owned by Boys Will Be Boys 2 of Charlottetown, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murners in the sulky. 2 minutes wagering time on the 9th race. Redshores Summerside is celebrating 135 years of racing. Race Day Live continues from historic Summerside on this PEI Colt Stakes Sunday, the 87th edition.
As you said, working on race number 9 here this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old fillies, the gold. They're going to go for $12,000 here. Excellent purse. Exactor, Superfecta, Try, Win Place, and Show. Tag your ticket, Wild Horses, jackpot $25 here in the 9th. And it's Woodmere Jazz on the screen here, Kurt, for Reg McPherson. Kevin McLean, Gilles Barrio is in the bike, and she's off to a perfect start in her career. She is 3 for 3.
Yeah, 3 for 3, and Peter, another one of my dream stable. Gets a shot in here. 2-year-old filly by Roll With It Harry. Got the job done last time out in Truro, 57 and 4, 29 flat on the end of it. And then prior to that, here in Summerside, another nice win in Atlantic Sire Stake. A division sat the 2-hole, converted from that trip to get the job done, 59 and 2 over Kinda Like Royalty and JJ Scarlett, who was a winner early on the card. 29 flat, she closed it out. She's our top choice, and she is 1-9 on the board.
Could I get you to help me with my football fantasy team when the NFL season starts up?
Well, the secret to this one is you got to wait close to the deadline as you get a look at them all. Last year, I took a crack at it before I got a look at the 2-year-olds, and that didn't pan out.
Okay.
I ended up, I think, last in the contest last season, so you got to wait a little bit.
Okay. You're going to go up this year. You're off to a good start, so hopefully it pans out the rest of the way for you. Okay, we're moving to the 4. Kinda Like Royalty here for Jennifer Baxter, Karen Williams of Hants County, Nova Scotia. Joe Baxter trains, Walter Chevry. And again, Kurt, if we're talking about combinations, Joe Baxter and Walter, again, have done very well over the years here and in the past.
Oh, for sure. A big win over in the Stanfield there with a spoonful of sugar. A win earlier in the card here today, and another great shot in here. This is another filly by Westward Ho Hanover. Baxter seems to have the key to those Westward Ho fillies. He's had a ton of success with them in the past, and he's got another dandy here. Second by a nose last time out, cutting it all out, 57 and 2, 29 and 2, closing it out. And then in Summerside in an A stakes, second by a half a length, 59 and 2, in against Woodmere Jazz. So we'll see them here duke it out again. She's got a shot, 7 to 2.
We've got some winners in our pony pick draws this afternoon as well. Brenda McGinnis is a winner in the pony pick draw, and Kim Maxwell is a winner as well. Kim Maxwell, Brenda McGinnis winners in our pony pick draws here this afternoon. Rojo Mo is on the screen here now for Alexander Baird. He is the owner in the Rojo Group of Trenton, Nova Scotia. Alexander Baird trains. Mark Campbell's going to do the driving. Coming off a second-place finish in Truro, Kurt.
A good-looking black malicious filly here. Second last time out, 58 and 1, as you mentioned, to Woodmere Jazz. This is a tough group of fillies. All 5 of these have a shot. Even Girl on a Tavern on the rail has a good shot. You're getting 10 to 1 on her right now. You're getting 9 to 1 on Rojo Mo. She's got a real shot in here. Alex Baird, the trainer and co-owner, he's had success in the past. And he's got the talented hands of Campbell doing the driving here today. She's got a shot, and we're getting close here in the ninth.
Yeah, as they swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for race number 9 from Red Shores in Summerside this afternoon. Back upstairs to our partner, Vance Cameron, for the race call.
Girl in a Tavern, Woodmere Jazz, Rojo Mo, kinda like royalty, Windermere Maya Grace. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough end facing Woodmere Jazz, the first one away. Second at the rail, Girl in a Tavern, and kinda like royalty from the outside third. Fourth into the turn, that's Rojo Mo. Then the trailer, Windermere Maya Grace are at the eighth pole, and kinda like royalty surging on to the lead for Chevrolet. Second is Woodmere Jazz, getting away in mid-pack third. That's Girl in a Tavern. Fourth on the cones is Rojo Mo, and the trailer, that is Windermere Maya Grace. They're over to the opening quarter. Kinda like royalty now will control. In the 2-hole, that is Woodmere Jazz. The quarter's up in 29-1. Girl in a Tavern around the turn, racing third. Fourth at the rail, Rojo Mo, and the trailer, that is Windermere Maya Grace. Off the paddock turn, they straighten through the stretch. Here comes the opening half mile next. It'll go to kinda like royalty. Woodmere Jazz in the 2-hole. Rojo Mo is up and on the move in the outside third. On the cones, Girl in a Tavern to the outside fifth. Windermere Maya Grace, 60 seconds flat was the opening half mile. The tempo will quicken with 3/8 left to go. Kinda like royalty, the leader. Woodmere Jazz second. Rojo Mo on the outside third. Girl in a Tavern on the rail fourth. Trailing on the outside but not out of it. Windermere Maya Grace are at 3/4, and wow, they are picking them up and they are putting them down. Kinda like royalty maintains the lead in 1:29-3. Grinding away on the first over trip. Rojo Mo, Woodmere Jazz in at the rail third, and they're homeward bound now. Kinda like royalty trying to see it through. Woodmere Jazz, Rojo Mo getting to the mall. Here's the line. Rojo Mo and Mark Campbell in the PEI Colt Stakes. Tight for the deuce. Woodmere Jazz up against Windermere Maya Grace, but it is Rojo Mo in 1:59-1.
We'll get a look at the slow-mo here for race number 9 from Red Shores and Summerside this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies goal occurred, and what an effort this was from the 3 Rojo Mo from Mark Campbell, grinding away the entire trip and reaches up at the end to get it all.
Yeah, gutsy first over effort from this 2-year-old filly by Malicious. We seen kind of like Royalty and Chevrolet go to the front. Woodmere Jazz set the 2-hole for Barrio. 29.5 in a minute flat. Chevrolet had it all his own way here. 1:29-3. Campbell kept on grinding with Rojo Mo, and they get up here down the lane to get the job done. 3/4 was 1:29-3. They close it out 29 and change. A tough spot for Woodmere Jazz and Barrio. Tough going up the pass the lane for a 2-year-old. They're not trained to do that. They usually go to the outside, so Barrio kind of had to navigate down the pass lane with Woodmere Jazz. But Rojo Mo and Campbell look dominant here, coming first over and getting the job done. 59-1. That is a maiden mark for this filly, and we'll see them back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
Well, Mark Campbell goes back-to-back in the PEI Colt Stakes. Rojo Mo going to the ninth race winner's circle. Pacing Black Philly 2 by Malicious. Off the Galantine Hanover Dam, Galamo. One with Sandy Baird and the Rojo group of Trenton, Nova Scotia. Sandy is the breeder and the trainer. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat will give her a maiden record of 159 and a 1/5. Rojo Mo in the PEI Colt Stakes with the trackside presentation. Now the official results in the ninth. Girl in a Tavern fifth. Woodmere Jazz third. Rojo Mo the race winner. Kinda Like Royalty fourth. Windermere Maya Grace was second. They went 29 in 1 minute. 129 in 3. And the mile 159 in 1. In review it's 5-3-1-4-2. Rojo Mo paid 23.10 on the nose. The exactor 129.10. Triactor 667.90. Superfecta 2024. So reminder, with the uncashable 50/50 tickets, to sign your name on the back of them. We've got 3 draws coming up a little later from our friends at the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association. Their gift certificates valued at $135. 511 West DC Tire in Red Shores.
Nicole McLeod McPherson and Retro Media of Prince Edward Island, Canada have joined forces to produce and distribute World Harness Racing Podcast. One podcast with select photos will be available every Tuesday. You can watch the World Harness Racing Podcasts at Redshores.ca. Okay, 6 to go here before race number 10 this afternoon. While the day's going by quick here, Kurt, as we work on the 10th PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trotting colts. Nice purse of $9,200 here. And, Kurt, I think we got to land on the rail here. Mr. Finley Ridge for Claire McDonald. And what a season last year for this horse.
Yeah, Mr. Finley Ridge, one of the best trotters here in the Maritimes by Armbro Barrister. Over 42,000 last season, 2 for 2 this season. Over 11,000 so far in his sophomore campaign. That last outing was a good one, 2 minutes, 1/5. We like him. We also like Dusty Lane Milo, who had a great 2020, made over 37,000. We like him for second. And I like Little Go-Go and Campbell for third. So I like a 1-4-5 in here. Great pay in that last race over, what was it, 667.90, I believe, the Triactor pay.
Yes, that's
in
right.
that last race. So a lot of money on the table here this afternoon. We want you in some action. This one looks a little bit chalky, though, as we all like 1-4-5 here in the 10th.
Yeah, horses are on the track for the post braid here in the 10th.
3-year-old trotting colts in the PEI Colt Stakes for the 10th race parade. Number 1, Mr. Finlay Ridge, owned by Claire McDonald and Arnold Rankin and Ian Tate. Claire trains and drives. Number 2, First One Here, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. Peach Pie Will Do wears number 3, owned by Jordan McKay, Andrew Brown, Shirley Symes, and Allard Racing Incorporated, trained by Chris McKay, Brody McPhee driving. Number 4, Dusty Lane Milo is owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope, trained by Melissa Rennie, driven by Adam Murner. 5, A Little Go-Go, owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Number 6, Dusty Lane Apollo, owned by But We Here Now, stable of Charlottetown, trained by Danny McDonald and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 3 minutes wagering time. We're on the 10th. A special thank you to our on-track and off-track customers this afternoon, the Prince County Horsemen's Club and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association. We'll be making some second chance draws momentarily.
Okay, working on racing number 10 here this afternoon from Redshores in Summerside. It's been a great day of racing so far. Still lots of action to come here in Summerside. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trotting colts are going to go for an excellent purse, $9,200. Exactor Superfecta try. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket, $25 here, Kurt. Mr. Finlay Ridge. Claire McDonald is the owner, shares ownership with Arnold Rankin and Ian Tate. Claire does the training as well. 7 wins last year from 10 starts, over $42,000 in the bank, and off to a real nice start during the 3-year-old campaign.
Yeah, for sure. 9 wins from 12 lifetime starts in a mark of 2 minutes, 1/5 lifetime taken just last week in Truro, where he left from post 9, got to the front as they got to the half, and just drew off to win by 3 and change. 2 minutes, 1/5. Dusty Lane Milo got the deuce in there, but this guy from the rail here today, it's really tough to go against him in here. He's 3-5.
Today's winners of the 50-50 draw was Jeff Farish, table 7. Congratulations.
Well, if you don't want to play the favorite, maybe it's Dusty Lane Milo that you want to select in here. Marcia Knox, Stanhope is the owner. Melissa Rennie trains. It's going to be Adam Murner. And Kurt, we look at the numbers last year. 10 starts, 4 wins, 4 seconds, 2/3. That's a perfect 10 for 10 in top threes, 2, 4, and 1. An excellent year last year. And this year, starting off on the right foot as well.
For sure, a win and a second so far in his sophomore campaign. Like you say, he's just a really nice trotter. He brings his A game every single week. He gets the head down low there, and he's a real nice little trotter that the Marcia Knox from Stanhope owns, and Melissa Rennie taking over the training duties. Look good so far in those 2 starts, so I like him for second in here today. He's got his work cut out for him to beat the rail horse, but he definitely does have a shot, and he's gotten the better of the rail horse in the past on a few occasions. So we'll see how they do here today. You're getting 5-2.
Okay, so look at the tote board here for the 10th. Mr. Finley Ridge, still a heavy favorite at 1-4. First one here, 29-1 for Jason Hughes. Peach Pie will do. Brody McPhee at 19-1. 3-1 with Murner on Dusty Lane Milo. A little go-go for Campbell at 9-2. And Dusty Lane Apollo, Kenny Arsenault on the outside there, 9-1 here. So that's the field in the 10th. Make sure you get a ticket. Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling here for race number 10 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
3-year-old trotting colts. Line up Mr. Finlay Ridge. First one here, Peach Pie will do. Dusty Lane Milo, a little go-go, and Dusty Lane Apollo. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Off-stride Dusty Lane Apollo, and there they go. Off-end trotting Dusty Lane Milo leaving out. Mr. Finlay Ridge is second. Peach Pie will do. We'll move into the turn from third. A little go-go coming up fourth on the outside. First one here away fifth. Down the trailer. That is Dusty Lane Apollo. They're on the backstretch going to the quarter. Dusty Lane Milo in line to Adam Murner on the lead. Mr. Finlay Ridge goes second up into third. That's Peach Pie will do. A little go-go races from fourth. First one here is fifth, and in the backfield, Dusty Lane Apollo trails on past the opening quarter, led by Dusty Lane Milo, and he was at the quarter in a very comfortable 31-1. Mr. Finlay Ridge continues second with Peach Pie will do third. There goes a little go-go sent to the outside fourth. Back into fifth, his first one here, and trailing the field is Dusty Lane Apollo. So Murner trying to steal it in the opening half mile, and he's a midway point leader with Dusty Lane Milo. Mr. Finlay Ridge is second from the outside. A little go-go is third. The half mile in 1:02.1. Onward they go around the turn, approaching the 5/8, led by Dusty Lane Milo. To his outside, a little go-go is second. Mr. Finlay Ridge riding the rail third. Peach Pie will do is fourth. Back into fifth. First one here, then the trailer. That is Dusty Lane Apollo. They're over to three quarters now. And on the front end, Dusty Lane Milo is still there. To his outside, a little go-go. Mr. Finlay Ridge is third. Three quarters up in 1:33 flat. And we have a sprint to the finish now. Dusty Lane Milo, the leader. A little go-go, Mr. Finlay Ridge. They're in deep stretch now. Dusty Lane Milo, Mr. Finlay Ridge. Dusty Lane Milo for Murner. In the PEI Colt Stakes, Mr. Finlay Ridge second. A little go-go third. 2-2-2.
Well, Kurt, we talked about it in the pre-race, how this guy had gotten the better of Mr. Finlay Ridge a couple of times last year, and really Adam dictated the terms early on, and it paid off late.
Yeah, Adam Murner used his advantage there. This guy has great gate speed, much better great gate speed than the one Mr. Finlay Ridge, and he used it to his advantage, getting to the front there real early and quick right before the eighth pole there. And he cut it all out, 31-1, and he got that soft middle half, 102-1, 133, and then turned it into a sprint, as Vance mentioned. They closed it out 29-2, and just off those fractions, you're not going to beat this little guy. He puts his head down, and he sticks to his business, and he gets it done here. 2:02.2 is the mile. Mr. Finlay Ridge, who sat the pocket, gets the deuce, and a gutsy first over effort from the 5, a little go-go. and Campbell, they made a race of it, and they raced well here to get the show go. So it's a 2:15 here, and there's a look at that Universal Media slow-mo, and we'll see the 4, Dusty Lane, Milo, and Murder back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
In this harness racing business, there's an old phrase, sometimes you just outdrive your competition. That's exactly what Adam Murner has done here in the 10th race, and he'll go to the winner's circle with number 4, Dusty Lane, Milo. Trotting big, outing 3 by Ted the Stud from the Muscle Mass Dam Muscle Mannequin. Owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope, the colt bred by Tommy Collings. Trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner had him on top at every call, trotting to a new race win record of 2:02 and 2. Dusty Lane Milo in the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old colt trotters. Down at trackside, Cam McPhee and Scott Rollison from the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association make the presentation. Now the official results from the 10th race, Mr. Finlay Ridge was second. First one here, 5th. Peach Pie Will Do finished 4th. Dusty Lane Milo, the race winner. A Little Go-Go was 3rd. Dusty Lane Apollo finished 6th. The fractions went 31 and 1. 102 and 1. 133. And the mile 202 and 2. From the top, 254. 1-3 scratched. Dusty Lane Milo paid $7.10. The Exactor $9.50. Triactor $23.90. Superfecta $5.39.
Locally owned and operated Tradewinds Heating and Cooling is the island's largest and longest standing Mitsubishi heat pump dealer. Visit TradewindsEcoEnergy.com to schedule your free estimate today. Tradewinds Heating and Cooling, affordable solutions, premium service. Okay, 6 minutes to go here before race number 11. It's the PI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies grassroots. Nice purse this afternoon is $6,000. And Kurt, we're looking at a 4 here as the horse we're putting on top. Tobin's Reward here for Darren Crow. And I like that horse on top, and so do you here.
Another good-looking filly by Tobago K's, and yeah, we like her on top here. And I also like the 5, Mermaid Magic, and I like the 1, Smokin' Molly in here. We're getting close here in race 11 post parade coming up next.
Two-year-old filly pacers for the 11th race parade. Number 1, Smokin' Molly, owned by Brittany Watts, James Quinn, and Amy Lockey. David Dowling trains and drives. Starship's Alicia, number 2, owned by Claude Poirier, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. Number 3, Kickstart My Heart, owned by the Ultimate Stable and Madonna Morrison, trained by Chippewa Melanson, Robert Laffin. Tobin's Reward, number 4, owned by Charles Piper Jr. and Brennan Crow. Darren Crow, the trainer-driver. Number 5, Mermaid Magic, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. Number 6 is scratched. 7 is Who Ya Callin' a Cougar, owned by Melissa Rennie in the JTL Risk Stable. Melissa does the training. Adam Murner drives. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Race day live from Summerside, celebrating 135 years of racing.
Four minutes to go here before race number 11. Exactor Superfecta try in here. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket. Wild Horses jackpot $25 here. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies. The grassroots. The purse is $6,000. The 6, Heather's Pet, is out, so we're down to a field of 6. And we land on the 4. Tobin's Reward here for Charles Piper Jr. and Brennan Crow of Nova Scotia. Darren Crow trains. Darren's going to do the driving. And Kurt, we know one thing. Brennan Crow will be certainly watching and cheering on the 4 here this afternoon.
You got it. He sure will be. And he's got a good shot here getting to the winner's circle and seeing his dad get the job done in here. And you look at the lines there. Made a break in that last outing. And the start prior to that in Summerside, a good effort. Finishing 4th in an A stake. Race timed in 2:01, 29 and 3 on the end of it. So looking for a bounce back performance and getting a little class relief as she's been racing the A's in her last 2 starts. We'll see how she does here today. 5-2 currently on the board.
Well, into the 5 next. This is Mermaid Magic for David Kennedy of Charlottetown, Ian Smith of Stratford. They share ownership. Tom Weatherby trains. Brody McPhee in the bike here this afternoon, coming off a second-place finish.
And look good in that qualifier. Finishing second, 2:02 was a mile, 29 and 3 on the end of it. A good-looking filly by Big Jim. Gets the talented hands of Brody McPhee. McPhee and Weatherby have teamed up in the past, and they could team up here for a winner here this afternoon. They got a great shot in here. She's 2-1.
We're going to head to the 1 next. Smokin' Molly here for Brittany Watts, James Quinn, Amy Lackey. They all share the ownership. David Dowling trains. David's going to do the driving as well. We know one thing, Kurt. David likes to be aggressive, so maybe they'll be smoking off the wings here this afternoon.
Yeah, in that qualifier, left from the rail, got away third in that qualifier, ended up third race time in 2:02 and 2 in that qualifier, 29 and 4 on the end of it. This is a nice looking filly by Shanghai Phil, like you say. Dowling's fairly aggressive. He already has a win on the card, and he could get another one here. She looks like she's got the goods, and she's a good looking filly, like I say, and a great starting spot. They got the pole position in here. She's 5-2.
So look at the tote board here quickly before we go. 5-2 on Smokin' Molly and the Dowling on the rail. There's Starship's Alicia here for Campbell. Campbell's got a couple of wins. Looking for a hat trick here this afternoon. 7-2 on this horse. 7-1 at Kickstart My Heart for Robert Laffin from Post 3. Tobin's Reward and Crow. They're taking a lot of money. They're 3-5 right now on the board. Mermaid Magic and McPhee at 5-2. And who you calling a Cougar from Murner on the outside here. Moves in a slot here due to the scratch of the 6. That horse at 20-1 here right now. So that's the field in the 11th. Make sure you're in the action. Good luck with your selections in race number 11. Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling here for race number 11 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Smokin' Molly, Starship's Alicia, Kickstart My Heart, Tobin's Reward, Mermaid Magic, Who Ya Callin' a Cougar, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing, Smokin' Molly along the rail between horses Mermaid Magic coming from the outside. Who ya callin' a Cougar as they rake around the turn. Now to move up on the inside to be third. That is Starship's Alicia to get away fourth Mermaid Magic. Rounding the turn and racing from fifth as they straighten up the back stretch. That is Tobin's Reward in the backfield after a break. Kickstart My Heart. Along the backstretch going to the quarter led by Smokin' Molly. In line to David Dowling, Who Ya Callin' a Cougar left hard from the outside and is rewarded with a 2-hole ride. Racing from third, Starship's Alicia 30 and 3 the quarter. Fourth, as they move round the paddock turn, is Mermaid Magic. Then in fifth, that is Tobin's Reward. And in the backfield, Kickstart My Heart. Off the paddock turn, they move through the stretch, approaching the midway point, led by Smokin' Molly. In the 2-hole is Who You Callin' a Cougar. Racing from third, Starship's Alicia. In fourth, that is Mermaid Magic. Underway in the outside fifth, Tobin's Reward. Trailing the field, that is Kickstart My Heart. The opening half mile in 1:01 and 4. Moving around the turn, approaching the 5-8. Smokin' Molly is the leader with Dowling. In the 2-hole is Who You Callin' a Cougar. Third up the rail, Starship's Alicia. Moving up fourth is Tobin's Reward. Then in fifth, Mermaid Magic. And the trailer, Kickstart My Heart. The tempo picks up with a quarter of a mile to go. Smokin' Molly is still the leader. Who You Callin' a Cougar on her back. From the outside in third, Tobin's Reward. The 3/4 in 1. 31 and 4. They're down to an eighth to go. Smokin' Molly trying to see it through. Who You Callin' a Cougar to the outside second. Up the rail to Starship's Alicia. They're in deep stretch now. Smokin' Molly and Dowling all the way in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second is Who You Callin' a Cougar. Starship's Alicia third. 2 minutes, 4/5.
Well, Curtis, the slow-mo for race number 11 here this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies grassroots, and we talked about it in the pre-race. Maybe Dowling would be smoking early, and he was right on the front all the way.
Yeah, you called it. Dowling be aggressive in this one, and he wanted to cut it. He had the pole position, so why not? He put her right on the front end. Smokin' Molly 30 and 3 down to the half 1:01 and 4. And Who You Callin' a Cougar and Murner left off the gate really well here. Got rewarded with that 2-hole ride. They tracked along in the 2-hole through 3/4 of 1:31 and 4. They made their move at the top of the stretch, but Smokin' Molly put her the 7 Who You Callin' a Cougar away down the lane, and they hold on for the 1-length victory here. 2 minutes 4/5, closing it out 29 flat on the end of it. Who You Callin' a Cougar is second, and Starship's Alicia and Campbell up the rail there for third. So we have a 1-7-2 triactor here in the 11th, and we'll see Dowling and Smokin' Molly in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
Smokin' Molly going to the winner's circle in race number 11. Bay Pacing filly 2 by Shanghai Phil from the Western Hanover Dam Racy Date, owned by Brittany Watts, James Quinn, and Amy Lockey. David Dowling training and driving. She makes her debut, a winning one of 2 minutes 4/5. Maiden record. Smokin' Molly in a division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old filly pacers, and we have the trackside presentation. Now the official results in race 11, Smokin' Molly the winner, Starship's Alicia third, Kickstart My Heart was sixth, Tobin's Reward finished fifth, Mermaid Magic fourth, Heather's Pet was scratched, Who You Callin' a Cougar finished second, 30 and 3, 101 and 4, 131 and 4, and the mile 2 minutes and 4/5. In review, 136, 54, scratch 2. Smokin' Molly paid $7.30. The exactor 76.10, the triactor 555.40. There is a superfecta carryover. And a reminder, if you did not win today's 50-50 draw, sign your ticket, bring it to the Prince County Horsemen's Club booth at the north end of the grandstand. We're going to make 3 draws for gift certificates valued at $135 each. That draw comes up after the 12th.
Okay, 7 minutes to go here before race number 12 as we welcome you back to Redshores Summerside this afternoon. I'm your host, Peter McPhee from Summerside. Kurt Hughes is in Stratford. Kurt, we've had some great racing all day long here in Summerside. We already had a 2-year-old trotting track record earlier on for Miles Heffernan and Defriended, 2-4-1, a new record here. New trotting record in Charlottetown last night. 56 and 2 for Cheeky Little Minxton Barrier. So we're breaking records all over the place. But we want to talk about a guy you and I both know here, and this is Freddie McDonald. We're having a book launch for Freddie on Wednesday night at the top of the park in Charlottetown. And Kurt, you can still get your tickets there at the top of the park. You can just call the top of the park. Wednesday night is the event, 6:30, and well-deserved here for Freddie, A Tale of Two Fiddlers.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a night. I'm sure there'll be lots of stories, and I'm sure they're going to mention Mark McDonald's incredible win there last weekend where he teamed up with Dr. Ian Moore to win with La La Shadow in the Meadowlands Pace. And, you know, a real cool thing about that race was them getting the job done on a rainy night, and a picture of them 32 years previously on a rainy night when he got the job done with Papermaker in the Gold Cup and Saucer. So we'll talk more about that later. But for now, Post Parade's next.
Three-year-old trot fillies in the PEI Colt Stakes for the 12th race parade. Number 1, Camco Lexi, owned by Sandstone Stables of Charlottetown, trained by Doug McGregor, Brody McPhee driving. Rich Daydreams, number 2, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, Kenny Arsenault training and driving. Number 3, My Money's a Runnin', owned by Jonathan McDonald of North Wiltshire, trained by Paul McDonald. Gary Chappell does the driving. Gary races today in the silks black, red, and gray. 4 is Gala Wind, owned by Michael Bailey of Morel. Mark Campbell does the training and driving. Number 5, Fireball Friday, owned by Miles Heffernan of Montague. Miles driving. Miles Heffernan Jr. does the training. Number 6, Rainbow Valley, will be delayed in the paddock with a flat tire. 7 is Up She Rises, owned by Blaine White of Bell River. Blaine does the training. Corey McPherson does the driving. Number 8, Striking Pride, will not make the post parade, but will start. There's 4 minutes wagering time on race number 12. This is PEI Colt Stakes Sunday, and we're heading back to the track in just a moment.
Four minutes to go here before racing number 12 this afternoon. Exactor Superfecta try. Win, place, and show. Take your ticket with the wild horses here in race number 12. $25 jackpot. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trotting fillies this time. The purse is excellent. $9,200 here this afternoon. Rich Daydreams is who we land on here for Wade Piconia Stanchel. Kenny Arsenault is the trainer. Kenny's going to do the driving as well. And Kurt, pretty good of late. Second and third in the last 2.
Raced really good in that last start, especially there, third and 2:02 and 4, and a real nice mile. Yet to hit the winner's circle, but she could here today, and now that they're in against just fillies, she's had to race the boys, Mr. Finley Ridge and Dusty Lane Milo, so far in her career, so gets to race the fillies here today, and a great starting spot for her to leave from with trainer driver Kenny Arsenault. He does such a great job with them, and he's got a shot in here. And good odds if you like her, 2-1.
To move the 2, and we're going to go to the 4 next. Gale of Wind here from Michael Bailey of Morel. Mark Campbell is the trainer. Mark's going to do the driving as well, and a couple of starts this year. A good one here in Summerside back on July 6th, Kurt, where the horse was second.
Yeah, really good in Summerside. Like you say, second to Dusty Lane Milo. Second in trotted mile 2:04 and 3. She looked good on that day, 30 and 2 on the end of it. And then fifth in Churro there, race time to 2:03 and 4. And looked good in that qualifier too, 2:02 and 2. That was a real nice mile in that qualifier. So she's got the talent. She's yet to find the winner's circle herself. She's got 10 starts, and she is 3 on the board finishes in her lifetime. And she got a shot in here, but I'm not crazy about these odds right now on her. You're getting 7-5 currently on the board.
And we'll round out your try here with the 5 Fireball Friday. Miles Heffernan of Montague is the owner. Miles also trains, and he's going to do the driving here. And Kurt, a couple of starts again in the 3-year-old campaign, and the one in Summerside was pretty good, tracked along, and finished third in that one.
Yeah, finished third, 2:05 trot mile in behind Dusty Lane Milo and Galeo Wind, and then fourth in Churro in Atlantic Sire Stake Division to Mr. Finley Ridge, Dusty Lane, Milo Rich Daydream. So a tough competition, but Heffernan does such a good job with the trotters. I think this filly could be part of the ticket. Definitely like racing against fillies here today. She's going to like that a lot. And you're getting 2-1 on Fireball Friday.
Okay, you're at the color post here in race number 12. Still have time to get tickets here, and this is a betting board that you can see the favorite is now the 5 at 2 to 5 is Fireball Friday for Heffernan. We'll go through them here. Camco Lexi for Brody McPhee on the rail. They're 30 to 1. Rich Daydreams, Kenny Arsenal, they're 7 to 2, 30 to 1. And my money's are running for Chapel. 3 to 1 in Gala Win and Campbell. 2 to 5 now in Heffernan and Fireball Friday. Rainbow Valley is 9 to 1 for Hughes, and then you go to the outside Striking Pride at 21 to 1 for Barrio. So that's the field here in race number 12 here, and again we want you in on some actions. We're getting close to racing here in the 12th. Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling here for race number 12 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Camco Lexi, Rich Daydreams, My Money's a Runnin', Gala Wind, Fireball Friday, Rainbow Valley, Up She Rises, Striking Pride outside. Top of the stretch. PEI Colt Stakes, these are 3-year-old trot fillies in the 12th. Post time. The rough end trotting Fireball Friday and Gala Wind are the first 2 away. Third, as they make their way into the turn, is Rich Daydreams. On the rail, 4th. That is Camco Lexi from the outside. 5th is Rainbow Valley. Moving into 6th, that's Up She Rises. Then 7th, as they race on to the backstretch, that is Striking Pride. And off stride in the backfield, My Money's a Runnin'. And off stride goes Fireball Friday. So Gala Win and Mark Campbell are all alone, leading the field at the opening quarter. Second is Rich Daydreams, now in third. Rainbow Valley trotting up into 4th. That's Up She Rises, 29 and 3 was the quarter. Racing from 5th is Fireball Friday. Then in 6th is Striking Pride. 7th is Camco Lexi, and My Money's a Runnin' is the trailer. Off the paddock turn, that's Gala Wind loose on the lead at the midway point. In line to Mark Campbell. Rich Daydreams races from 2nd, then in 3rd. Rainbow Valley, Fireball Friday backing on the move. Off stride, Up She Rises now. Then towards the rail, that is Striking Pride. At the back, Camco Lexi, and My Money's a Runnin'. They're at the half mile in 1 minute and 3. Gala Wind continues to lead it. The down to 3-length advantage. Rich Daydreams starting to get closer. 2nd, Fireball Friday 3rd. That's Striking Pride upon the outside 4th. Off stride on the lead when Gala Wind. Now the leader, Rich Daydreams. Gala Wind is back down trotting 2nd. Striking Pride is moving up now for 3rd. 3/4 of a mile in 1:32 and 4. Down to an 1/8 of a mile to trot. Rich Daydreams will bring him home. Gala Wind is 2nd. Striking Pride on the outside 3rd. Down the stretch they come. Rich Daydreams the leader. Gala Wind, Striking Pride. Rich Daydreams in the PEI Colt Stakes for Kenny Arsenault. Gala Wind was 2nd. Striking Pride drove up 3rd. 2:04 flat.
Well, there's a slow-mo for race number 12. The PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trotting fillies this time. The first was 9,200. Kurt, we had some breakers. Fireball Friday went on the run. Gala Wind, he led this for a long way. She led this for a long way today. Made a break up the backstretch, and that allowed Kenny to take over and win it late.
Yeah, Gala Wind and Mark Campbell went to the front, 29 and 3. The two Rich Daydreams and Arsenault sat that pocket trip, but they were gapping early on. Half in a minute, 3/5, up to 3/4, 1:32 and 4. Gala Wind made a bit of a break there. Mark Campbell got her into the safety lane and then back on the track. She recovered quickly there and got back trotting and raced good here to get the deuce. But Rich Daydreams off that pocket ride raced really good. She's been super consistent for Arsenault this year, and she delivers for him here in race 12. We'll see them back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle in just a moment.
Well, Kenny wasn't having a great day with his trotters today, but that'll all go away with a trip to the winner's circle here in the afternoon's 12th race. Rich Daydreams takes him there. She's a trotting Bay Filly 3 by Armbro Barrister off the Dream Vacation Dam. Rich Dreams, a homebred of Wade Piccone of Sancho. Kenny Arsenault does the training and the driving, and a filly will pick up a maiden record on this day of 2:04. Rich Daydreams capturing a division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old trotting fillies. Now the official results in the 12th, Camco Lexi was 7th. Rich Daydreams the winner. My Money's a Runnin' finished 8th. Gala Wind was 2nd. Fireball Friday 4th. Rainbow Valley was 5th. Up She Rises finished 6th. Striking Pride 3rd, fractions of 29 and 3, 1 minute 3. 132 and 4, and the mile 2:04. In review 718. 245 63. Rich Daydream 760. Exactor 1560. Triactor 175.80. And the superfactor was 24.08.
So 8 minutes to go here before race number 13, and we have our second chance draws here from the Prince County Horsemen's Club this afternoon. The winners are Wade Hicken, Aiden Hicken, and Eva McDonald. They're the winners this afternoon of the second chance prizes. Eva McDonald, Aiden Hicken, Wade Hicken. If you've heard your name, please come and see me at the broadcast desk on the second level here at Red Shores. 7 minutes to go here before race number 13 this afternoon. And Kurt, we're working on the PI Colt Stakes 2-year-old colts, the gold in here. Some good horses as they go for a great purse of $12,200. And the board is all the same, Kurt. 4-3-2 with St. Charles Fireball and Campbell on top.
Yeah, St. Charles Fireball looked good so far in his young career. First and second, breeder Jamie McKinley sends out another one. This Colts by Tobago Cays. We like him on top. We like Woodmere Androli from Woodmere Farms, and we also like the two All the Way to Cardigan. Love that handle. Miles Heffernan with another one here. Post break next.
The 13th race, a division of the PEI Colt Stakes for the 2-year-old Colt Pacers Gold Division. Number 1, Check Your Source, owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge and Glenn Dunn of Somerville. The trainer-driver, Mike McGuigan. All the Way to Cardigan. Number 2 is owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Miles Heffernan Jr. is the trainer with Miles Sr. driving. Number 3, Woodmere Androli, is owned by Dan Ross of Belfast. Jules Berrio trains and drives. 4, St. Charles Fireball, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Mark Campbell, the trainer-driver. Number 5, Brumby, owned by Five Guys Horses and Lies of Charlottetown. Jamie Smith does the training. David Dowling does the driving. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 13. And gentlemen, we're coming back with our selections in the gold division for the 2-year-old Colt Pacers here in the 13th. And again, we thank Results Advertising and Marketing and their presentation of the Vance Cam. I know you guys were talking all afternoon about the Atlantic Dream stable, and Kurt, I'm glad you got off of whatever you were on last year trying to figure out what was going on. But it was a treat to be able to see these Colts and fillies for a couple of times before we made our decisions. And what I think it's going to come down to, guys, is going to be the 2-year-old trot filly and the 3-year-old trot filly is going to make the difference in this Atlantic Dream stable of 2021. Now, just that I want to throw it in, my fillies were first and second. They're in the 3-year-old division, and both my fillies caught money in the 2-year-old one. So I can't wait to get a look at the standings.
Yeah.
And here we go with race number 13, guys. It's been a super Sunday afternoon here for PEI Colts 87 edition. In here, I'm going to go to 3, Woodmere Androli, and this colt hadn't even surfaced when we were doing our selections for the Dream Sable, and he was simply awesome in his debut here at Summerside, a winner in 57 and change. I'll use him. St. Charles Fireball, take a look at the last trip. Looked like he was out a long piece and hung around on the end of it to pace a mile and 55 and change. I'll use him for the deuce. I like number 2, All the Way to Cardigan. Now, this colt, the punters absolutely left him alone over at Truro, and Heffernan got a bit of a soft fraction in. They couldn't catch him a quarter in 29 seconds at 27-1. And to complete the super, I like number 1, Check Your Source. Here in the booth, 3, 4, 2, 1. Gentlemen.
Go ahead, Kurt.
And Vance, my fillies, 1-2 as well. So you and I could be up close to the lead in that Atlantic Dream Stable contest. But I like St. Charles Fireball and Campbell to win this race as well. He's been off to a great start in his young career, so I like him on top. I like Woodmere Androli. Woodmere Androli surfaced on the closing day of that stable contest, so if you got in a little too early, maybe you missed this 2-year-old colt, but he looked good, 57-2. And I also like All the Way to Cardigan and Heffernan. I'm not sure what the traffic is like today going to Cardigan, Peter, but maybe the 2, Heffernan and All the Way to Cardigan, might upset here in the 13th. Who do you like?
Yeah, I'm going to go with you, Kurt. 4-3-2 as well. St. Charles Fireball, Woodmere Androli, All the Way to Cardigan. Great name, as you mentioned, 4-3-2. And maybe it's a side bet between you guys all year long, the Hebs and the Bruins, on that fantasy stable to see who gets it in the end.
Yeah, it should be a good one. It's interesting and it's good fun anyway. And the thing about this dream stable, you don't got to go to the barn, clean any stalls, or jog any horses.
That's
You
right.
just get to cheer them on. The fun part of it.
That's right. You get to check the standings and see how you're doing. So, yes, it is a great work for the Atlantic Dream Stable, and we'll keep track of it all year long. Want you in here on some action on the 13th, and Kurt St. Charles Fireball, Ryan McLeod, Everett McLeod. Boy, they've had some nice horses already. We think of Dusty Lane, or the mare as well, Zenfire, and Mark Campbell going to do the driving for these guys. So they've had early success as horse owners.
Yeah, they sure have. Dreamfair's Empire, one of the best open mares to race here in the Maritimes. Like you say, Well L, another nice horse that they acquired over the winter. And this St. Charles Fireball looks to be the goods here. 2-year-old colt by Tobago K's, a winner in 58-2 in his debut in Summerside, and followed that up with a gutsy first over Everett, finishing second to a real good Fernhill General in Truro. 55-2 he was race time, 28-4 on the end of. He's had a great start, like I say, to his career. Hopefully it continues here. He is the chalk choice, 1-9.
We heard call the post here. We're getting close. Want you in on some action here with your picks. Woodmere and Droley. Kurt, we talked about Danny Ross. Boy, he's owned some nice ones over the years as well. Gilles Barrio's going to train. Gilles drives as well, and coming off a real nice win here in Summerside on the 18th. I guess the question is, can he go back-to-back in Summerside?
Well, he very well could. He's got a shot, Woodmere and Droley. He was a high-priced yearling, so congrats to Dan Ross. He pays the money at the yearling sale, so it's nice to see him have continued success, and he's got a nice colt here by Roll With It Harry, 57-2 in his debut, 29-4 on the end of it. He's got a shot in here. We'll see how he does in against state competition. He's got the 3-hole, 8-5.
Getting set for race number 13 from Redshores in Summerside this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, take it away.
Check your source all the way to Cardigan. Woodmere Androli, St. Charles Fireball, Brumby, Field of 5. Gold Division 2-year-old Colt Pacers, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough end pacing all the way to Cardigan, firing to the front. Check your source along the rail, guarding the cones. Third to the turn, that'll be Brumby. St. Charles Fireball's away fourth, then the trailer. Woodmere and Droley, they're at the 8th pole. And check your source, guiding the pylons here. In line to Mike McGuigan, the leader by 2. Brumby races second, now in mid-pack third. That is all the way to Cardigan. Racing fourth is St. Let's Charles Ball. Then the trailer towards that inside. That is Woodmere and Droley, and 3 was the opening quarter. They round the paddock turn for the first time, and on the front end, one of the long shots, check your source, is the fraction center. Racing from second is Brumby. Third as they approach the opening half mile all the way to Cardigan. St. Charles Fireball is tipping out fourth, and then the trailer, Woodmere Androli. They're halfway home in the 13th, and they arrive at the half in a rolling 57-4. Midway on the turn, going to the 5/8. Check your source is the leader. All the way to Cardigan is the challenger. Brumby in the pocket, racing third. St. Charles Fireball is there on the outside fourth, trailing but not out of it. Woodmere Androli is fifth. Well grouped, they're 3 wide, going by the 3/4. Check your source along the rail. St. Charles Fireball is now taken over. 3/4 up in 1:27-3, and they're coming on home now. St. Charles Fireball and Campbell headed home. Woodmere Androli on the outside. Check your source third. Deep in the stretch, St. Charles Fireball in the PEI Colt Stakes. Woodmere Androli was second. Brumby will finish third. 1:57-1.
Well, Kurt, we'll get a look at the slow-mo here for race 13, PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old Colts, the gold. They went for 12,200, excellent purse. This was a second over trip here. He flushed cover at the half, St. Charles Fireball. And Kurt, it took a little while to get rolling there, but once he did in the 3-wide tip, he had lots left coming for home.
Yeah, for sure. This Colt's got a big engine, and when Campbell flipped the switch and stepped on the gas pedal up the backside when he tipped him 3 wide, he really responded, especially around the last turn. He was really pacing, and he raced good here. Check your source, McGuigan. They get down to the half, 57-4, all the way to Cardigan. Heffernan tried their luck first up, and Campbell just looming the danger there second over. And like I say, when he flipped the switch, this guy was gone. And around the last turn, he was doing some scratching, and he gets the job done here down the lane. Following him, though, third over was Woodmere Androli, and he raced good in his first stake in his career. He got a good second in there, but we'll see Campbell and St. Charles Fireball back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
Driver Mark Campbell has picked up his third PEI Colt Stakes winner on the afternoon. St. Charles Fireball going to the 13th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Colt 2 by Tobago Cays off the Mach 3 Dam Ovation Colleen, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Bred by Jamie McKinley. Mark Campbell training and driving, new record on him, 157-1. St. Charles Fireball in the PEI Colt Stakes at trackside. We have the cooler presentation, Cam McPhee and Scott Rollison from the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. Now, the official results in the 13th. Check your source, 4th, all the way to Carding in 5th. Woodmere Androli was 2nd. St. Charles Fireball, the race winner. Brumby finished 3rd. Fractions of 28 and 3. 57 and 4. 127 and 3. And the mile 157 and 1. In review, 45213. St. Charles Fireball paid $3. The exactor $440, triactor $15.10, the superfecta $449.
8 minutes to go here before race number 14. Two more in the live presentation today here in Summerside. We've had great racing. Track record earlier on in the card for 2-year-old trotting fillies. And again, we're working on the 14th here, Kurt. Daily double. The late double here in 14 and 15. Exactor, superfecta, try. Tag your ticket here with the wild horses. $25 jackpot. And it is the PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies grassroots here for a purse of $6,000. And Kurt, you're leaning on the 1 here. I'm going to go towards the 5, but you like the Real Princess here from McPherson.
I do like the Real Princess for McPherson on the rail. Good winner in a B in Summerside, 201 right on the front end. And then a tough trip there in Churro where they got left from post 6, got away 5th, and ended up winning in finishing 5th in 58 and 1. But a nice last quarter. That's what I like from that filly, so I like her on top. I also like Cut Her Loose, your top choice. I like her for second. And I like the 6, Little Miss Miley and Heffernan for third. I like 156. You like 514.
Yeah, I'm heading to the
7 minutes to the 14th.
Yeah, I'm gonna
and
go.
I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I like the 4. Yeah, just like Bradley there, playing a little bit of a hunch there, coming off that qualifier, and you're matching the backstretch beat there, Nick Oakes.
Yeah, we like that. That's our combination. But yeah, the 4 does have a shot in there. I agree with you. 202 and 2 in that qualifier, so we'll see how she does here. A 2-year-old filly by Sports Writer. She's got some talent. We'll see how she does here. And a bit of a price right now, 54 to 1.
Today's 14th race, a division of the 2-year-old filly Pacers. Number 1, the Real Princess, owned by Eddie Doucette, Blaine Tebow, Gordon McLeod, and Grant Mann. Eddie does the training. Corey McPherson drives. Number 2 is Pangdemonium, owned by ICU Stable of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault training and driving. Number 3 is Strika Yo Coco, owned by Raymond Primo and Mark Andre Sear. David Dowling trains and drives. 4 is Equal Dignity, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford. Tommy Weathery does the training. Mark Bradley drives. 5, Cutter Loose, owned by the MCR Cutter Loose Group of Charlottetown. Mark Campbell training and driving. Number 6 is Little Miss Miley, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Miles Heffernan Jr. does the training, with Miles Sr. driving. 7 is Mystical Gal, owned by Doug Matheson and Janet Sanderson of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Jason Hughes. 4 minutes wagering time on the 14th. Redshores and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association updated the PEI racing protocols. You can find that information at peiharnessracing.ca.
Three to go here before race number 14. 2 left on the live presentation. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old fillies grassroots. Kurt going for a good purse of $6,000 this afternoon, and it's a good-looking field here. And you're heading towards the 5 in here, Cutter Loose, and the Real Princess as well. So, again, a couple of horses we're going to take a look at shortly here on your ticket. And, yeah, we'll start with the 5 here, Cutter Loose, and Mark Campbell here for MCR Cutter Loose Group, Charlottetown. And the horse has been racing good in the B in Truro.
Yeah, raced real good in that B in Truro, and the B stake there. Got away in the 3-hole. Rallied to be second. Race time 59-4, 28-3 final panel. Good last quarters. Campbell Stable is hot, almost batting 470 as a trainer and 387 as a driver. So this is another one out of his powerful stable. 2-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror definitely has a shot in here today. You're getting 4-1 odds. Great odds right now on the 5, Cutter Loose.
You like the 1 as well, Kurt. I know that in your picks, the Real Princess, Eddie Doucette, Blaine Tebow, Gordon McLeod, Grant Mann, they all share the ownership, and Eddie Doucette trains. It's Corey McPherson, real good in the B in Summerside, and again, raced pretty good in the A when you consider it finished 5th, but it was a good trip at 58-1.
Absolutely, 58-1, finishing 5th. Race time, good race time there, 29-1. Closing quarter, a winner in the B, 201, 29-2 on the end of it. A real good shot from the rail here today. Could get the job done. 2-year-old filly by Source of Pride. We'll see how she does. Corey McPherson in the bike. They got the pole position. They're even money.
David Dowling's had a nice afternoon, already with a couple of wins here, Kurt. And you like the horse here, Streak of Yo Coco for Dowling. And this horse was 10-1 in the morning and now sitting at 7-5. I think Dowling's got another good shot here to land on the top 3.
This Art Speak filly could get the job done in here. That qualifier was nice, 203-2. Sat the 2-hole, just took their time, half and 103-2, back half in a minute. They pulled pocket and got the job done by 4 lengths in that qualifier, 29-2. She's a major threat in here. We could see Dowling in the winner's circle again here today. She's 7-5.
All right, we're here to call the post here, so last chance to get in on some action in the 14th. We'll look at the board here. The Real Prince is even money for McPherson. Pandemonium and Kenny Arsenal, they're 10-1 now on the board. 3-2 with Dowling, Streaka Yokoko, and then it's Equal Dignity for Bradley. Here we see a shot 14-1. Cutter Loose for Campbell at 3-1. Little Miss Miley for Heffernan at 17-1, and Mystical Gal and Hughes on the outside long odds 56-1 here right now. That's the field. Good luck with your picks here in the 14th. Getting set for race number 14 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. One more time to Vance Cameron for the call.
The Real Princess, Pandemonium, Streaka Yokoko, Equal Dignity, Cutter Loose, Little Miss Miley, Mystical Gal, 2-year-old filly pacers, division of the PEI Colt Stakes, post time. And a staggered start will get them underway in the 14th towards the rail. That is the Real Princess. Leaving out, Streaka Yokoko is second, racing from third towards the inside, Equal Dignity. Dropping in fourth is Little Miss Miley. Then racing from fifth is Pandemonium. From the outside in sixth is Cutter Loose. And then the trailer, Mystical Gal. So they're on the backstretch going to the opening quarter. The Real Princess in line to Corey McPherson is the leader. Streaka Yokoko races from second. That on the outside, Cutter Loose picking them off as they arrived at that opening quarter in 30 1/5. Racing from fourth. Around the turn is Equal Dignity. Then in fifth, Little Miss Miley. Racing sixth, Pandemonium. And the trailer, Mystical Gal. Through the stretch as they approach the midway point, the Real Princess will take them halfway home. Cutter Loose now races from second. Streaka Yokoko has third. Then in fourth, that is Equal Dignity. To the outside, fifth, Little Miss Miley. Pandemonium sixth, trailing seven, Mystical Gal. The half mile in a minute and 2. They approach the 5/8, and the Real Princess is the leader. Cutter Loose along the rail second. Streaka Yokoko to the outside and moving up third. Equal Dignity is fourth. Now fifth on the outside, Pandemonium. Little Miss Miley sixth, and outside seventh. That is Mystical Gal. They're on past the 3/4. The Real Princess is still there. On the rail second is Cutter Loose. Streaka Yokoko on the outside third. 3/4 up in 1:30 and 2. And it's all the Real Princess. Homeward bound by 3 open. Cutter Loose races second. Equal Dignity up the inside third. The Real Princess for Corey McPherson all the way in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second is Cutter Loose. Equal Dignity finishes third. 1:58.2. Closing quarter, 28 seconds flat.
Well, we talked about her in the pre-race, the Real Princess and Corey McPherson. They had won 2 back on Summerside. Real good trip, actually, against the A's, 58-1, and they came to play here today right on the front end.
super trip from the rail here. McPherson won at the front, and he did. He got there 30 and 1 down to the half minute. 2/5. Cutter loose, left out well for Campbell. They got up into the 2 hole. The 3 Streakayo, Co, and Dowling, they came first up here tonight, but they couldn't get even to the wheel of the one as the one just drew off down the lane, throwing a last quarter at them 28 flat for getting the job done. A good looking filly by Source of Pride. We've seen a 3-year-old filly mystifying by Source of Pride. So they are showing up and looking great, and they get the job done here. McPherson and the Real Princess in the 14th. We'll see them back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
Arriving at the 14th race winner's circle, number 1, the Real Princess. Bay pacing filly. She's 2 by Source of Pride from the Art Major Dam. Deliciously good. Owned by Eddie Deuce at Blaine Tebow. Gordon McLeod and Grant Mann, the filly bred by Blaine Tebow of Kensington. Eddie Doucette does the training. Corey McPherson had her at top at recall for Corey's second winner on the day double. And a new record on the filly, 158 and 2, the Real Princess in the PEI Colt Stakes. Now the official results in the 14th. The Real Princess was the winner. Pandemonium finished 6th. Streaka Yo Coco 4th. Equal Dignity 3rd. Cutter Loose was 2nd. Little Miss Miley was 7th. Mystical Gal finished 5th. The fractions of 30 and 1, 1 minute 2, 130 and 2, and the mile 158 and 2. In review 164, 32, 75. The Real Princess paid $4, the Exactor $5, Triactor $41.40, Superfecta $6.24.
Okay, minutes to go here before racing number 15. Last chance to bet the live in Summerside this afternoon. We had a great card. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we broke the track record here in Summerside for 2-year-old trotting fillies today. And we've had great racing throughout the card, and we're working on the last race here this afternoon in Summerside to wrap up the PEI Colt Stakes. It'll be the 2-year-old colts, the grassroots. They'll go for a nice purse of $6,000 here. Kurt Exactor, Superfecta Try. Win, place, and show. Wild Horses. Tag your ticket here. Jackpot is $25, and it looks like we're all landing on the 4 in here, Kurt. Campbell trying to win again here this afternoon. He's got 3, so maybe he gets the Grand Slam with Gascoigne Rocks.
He definitely is a good shot, 57-3 in the last mile, so we like him on top. We both like the one How Max Hank and Jason Hughes for second off that nice win last time out in 59. I'm going with the 5, Zendaya Cougar Beach, and Peter, you like the 7, Salzburg Raptor.
Yeah, I'm going to go with him. Jody Sanderson, Sean McIsaac, Salzburg Stables. They're all owners. Danny McDonald trains. Barrio's in the bike, and he had a nice little qualifier there in Charlottetown. Left 2 was a good second, 2-1 and 4, closed 30. So Barrio jumps up here this afternoon. Thought I might get a bit of a price, so I'll round him out in my try. I'm going to go 4-1-7. Kurt going 4-1-5. The backstretch beat Nick Oates. He's done a great job here with the picks in the program today. 4-1-5, and the program selections also at 4-1-5. So I'm the only guy going with the 7 for third in here this afternoon. So last chance to bet the live here in Summerside in the 15th.
The 15th and the final of the afternoon on the track for the post-parade. Number 1 is How Max Hank, owned by Kyle Williams of Coleman, Rebecca Blaisdell of Freeland. Kyle does the training. Jason Hughes will catch drive. Number 2 is Woodmere Gaelic, owned with the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained by Earl Smith. Brody McPhee drives. Bridge Token is number 3, owned by Gerald Kennedy of Whitbourne, Newfoundland, trained by Melissa Rennie, driven by Adam Murner. 4 is Gascoigne Rocks, owned by Murray McDonald of Belfast, trained by Wade Sorey, Mark Campbell. Number 5 is Zendaya Cougar Beach, owned by Juanita and Alan McLeod of Brackley, trained and driven by Dave Kelly. Six is Mr. Stanley, owned by Angus Burt, John Burt, Morris McCabe, and Gerard Ellsworth, the trainer-driver Stephen Shepard. Number 7 is Salzburg Raptor, owned by Jody Sanderson, Sean McIsaac, and the Salzburg Stable Incorporated, trained by Danny McDonald, Gilles Barrio. Number 8 is J.J. Logan, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 15. And guys, if I can bring you in here for the afternoon's finale, we had a super Sunday here for the PEI Colt Stakes, a record-breaking day for the amount of races for the 2-year-old pacing fillies and the colts and the trotters. Also, the 2-year-old Colts and Phillies being now divided into their divisions. We've got grassroots. I just love the new shape and the format to the PEI Colt Stakes.
Go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, I agree with you, Vance. I think this is such an excellent way of doing the PEI Cold Stakes with the grassroots and gold. Typically, the gold and grassroots would be mixed all in together, and so a much bigger piece of pie going around to everyone here. Even the grassroots here going for 6,000, just terrific and great racing all afternoon. The freshman class of 2021 looks outstanding, and I can't wait to watch them all summer long.
Yeah, kudos, guys. I would echo the comments. You're right, and super racing all the way around here this afternoon in each of the divisions. And again, a great day for Mark Campbell. He's had 3 wins. David Dowling's had a couple. Corey's had a couple. So again, just super racing. And yeah, looking forward to watching them race all summer long. As we land on the 4 here, this is Gascoigne Rocks for Murray Graham McDonald of Belfast, and Wade Sawyer Train. It's going to be Mark Campbell. And again, Kurt, you can see, you look at the races there. Both of those starts were in the A's. The one in Truro charted a trip of 57-3.
Yeah, racing the A stake, that's tough. St. Charles Fireball, who we've seen win, and Fernhill General, who we've seen win here today. So tough group, but still getting checks in those races, and now dropping into the grassroots division here of the PEI Colt Stakes gives this guy a nod for me. I just like him off those lines, 57-3, 59-1. Those are nice miles. So like I say, dropping out of that tough field of A Colts, dropping into the grassroots makes him my top choice, and I just love his odds right now. Getting 5-1 on this guy.
We'll move to the 1 next. Hamax Hank here for Kyle Williams of Coleman, Rebecca Blaisdell of Freeland. Kyle does the training as well. It's going to be Jason Hughes. Kurt, your brother driving this afternoon, and this guy, Hamax Hank's coming off that non-win. There's a 1 win, put on the point, and very impressive.
Absolutely, right on the front end in an overnight in Summerside there. 59 flat, 29-4 on the end of it. Another colt by Source of Pride. If you look at the qualifiers, they were decent as well for Corey McPherson. 202 in that last qualifier, and then that B stake was a nice mile, 201-2 for Barrio. But I really like that overnight race there last week in the maidens. 59 flat. Great starting spot here today. He's got the pole position in the finale, 5-1.
And you're going to round it out with the 5 Zendaya Cougar on the beach here for Dave Kelly. And Kurt, you can see that stake win in Truro, and the B's very impressive. 2 minutes 2/5 close, 29-2, and the horse has taken a lot of money here now.
Yeah, this is a really good looking son of Cougar Hall. First up in that B stake in Truro, 2 minutes 2/5, 29-2. Got the job done real easy. That first start was a real dandy in Charlottetown in the maidens there. Got away in the 2-hole there, in against older horses. And I remember that race, Dave Kelly put him up past the lane, and he went up there. He didn't even think twice about it, which is sometimes hard for 2-year-olds, and he just went right up that past the lane and closed real strong, 29 flat on the end of it on that day, 201-4. So he deserves to be the choice in here. 3-5, you're getting short odds on this guy, Zendaya Cougar Beach. We're getting close here in the 15th.
Getting set for race number 15 from Redshores in Summerside this afternoon. As the horses swing in behind the gate, that's the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, great to be working with you here this afternoon, and what a day we had of action in the PEI Colt Stakes.
Just amazing, Peter. A record-setting day for the divisions, the grassroots and the gold. They're going to make things a whole lot better. And separating the trotters to the fillies and the colts. I love that move, too. So it's been just a super Sunday, and here is the PEI Colt Stakes 87th edition. Finale time. The rough end facing Hamax Hankel on the rail, the first one out. Woodmere Gaelic is second. Coming up from the outside to be third is Gascoigne Rocks. Dropping in to be fourth, Zendaya Cougar Bits, and then fifth along the inside. As they arrive at the eighth pole, that is Bridge Token. Dropping in now to be sixth, that is Salisbrook Raptor. Mr. Stanley in seventh, and the trailer, J.J. Logan. Along the backstretch as they approach the opening quarter, Hamax Hank and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes on the lead. Woodmere Gaelic now in second. Racing from third is Gascoigne Rocks. The quarters up in 29-2. Racing from fourth, Zendaya Cougar Beach. Then in fifth is Bridge Token. Sixth coming out of the turn is Salisbrook Raptor. Mr. Stanley is seventh, and the trailer is J.J. Logan. They approach the opening half mile. Up front it is Hamax Hank. Here is Gascoigne Rocks up to engage the leader. Racing from third, Woodmere Gaelic. On the outside fourth, that's Zendaya Cougar Beats. The opening half mile up in 59-3. Around the turn they approach the 5/8, led by Hamax Hank. From the outside, the challenger Gascoigne Rocks. Third at the rail, Woodmere Gaelic. Racing from fourth, up on the outside, Zendaya Cougar Beach. On the cones, fifth is Bridge Token. Then sixth, outside is Salisbrook Raptor. Mr. Stanley is seventh. In the backfield, J.J. Logan. They arrived at three quarters, led by Hamax Hank in 1:29 flat. Grinding away on the outside is Gascoigne Rocks. On the rail third, Woodmere Gaelic. Tipping out fourth, Zendaya Cougar Beach. They're homeward bound now. And on the front end, Hamax Hank looking to see it through. Woodmere Gaelic up the rail. Zendaya Cougar Beach is closing out. Woodmere Gaelic wins for Brody McPhee. Then Hamax Hank with Zendaya Cougar Beach. The mile 1:59 flat.
We're going to look at the slow-mo here for race number 15, PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old Colts Grassroots. They went for 6,000. If you're playing Brody McPhee, you're pretty happy here. Woodmere Gaelic, he got a perfect garden ride here, slips down the passing lane, and Curdy's 42.80 on the board here in Summerside.
I was just going to say, I think he was 20-1 when I last looked on the screen there. He got a great trip from Brody. As expected, Hamax Hank and Hughes, they wanted to cut it here from the rail, 29-2, half 59. And 3, Gascoigne Rocks and Campbell came first up here today. They battled the three quarters, 1:29, but a front row seat to that battle is the 2, Woodmere Gaelic and McPhee. They watched it all take place, and they scoot up the pass lane for the narrow victory here, nailing it on the line. Time the mile, 1:59 flat. That is a maiden mark for this guy. He looked good here today. We'll see McPhee and Woodmere Gaelic back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
Woodmere Gaelic arriving at the 15th race. Winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 2 by Stonebridge Terror off the Mach 3 Dam. A Highland Dancer. Over the Next Generation Stable of Stratford. Bred by Woodmere Farms up Marshfield. Trained by Earl Smith. Brodie McPhee's second PEI Colt Stakes victory this afternoon. Doubling up. The mile 159, a maiden record. Woodmere Gaelic in the PEI Colt Stakes. Down at trackside, Scott Rollerson and Cam McPhee completes the presentation. Now the official results in the 15th. Hamax Hank was second. Woodmere Gaelic the winner. Bridge Token fourth. Gascoigne Rocks was sixth. Zendaya Cougar Beach finished third. Mr. Stanley was seventh. Salisbrook Raptor finished fifth. J.J. Logan was eighth. Fractions 29 and 2, 59 and 3, 129, and the mile 159. From the top, your program reads 214 637 58. Woodmere Gaelic 42.80 to win. The exactor 155.50. Triactor $523. Superfecta carry over. And the late daily double honored the ticket 1-1 at $14.50. And that completes our live presentation on this day at Summerside. Today's par mutual handle $58,948. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home. Dave Kelly, phone the judges, please. Dave Kelly.